Commissioner. For the record, Eric Brousseau, Commission Counsel, and the Commission would like to call its next witness, OPP Superintendent Craig Abrams.
Superintendent Abrams, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Swear on the Bible, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Craig Abrams, A-B-R-A, M as in Michael, S as in Sam.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do so swear.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Abrams.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
If I could have document WTS 6013, please. Superintendent Abrams, I'm showing you a copy of your interview summary from when you attended an interview this summer. I take it you've seen this document?
I have.
Okay, and you reviewed it when you signed off on its accuracy?
I did.
Okay, and it remains accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It does.
Okay, thank you. And you have no corrections or additions to make to it?
I have no corrections.
Okay, thank you. And Superintendent, I take it you have more than 20 years of experience with the OPP, is that right?
27 years, correct?
27. Okay. Could you just very briefly, in a couple of minutes, walk us through your background?
Certainly. I spent 12 years at Detachment Central Region, 5 years in uniform, 7 years as a detective constable, 2.5 years as a detective sergeant in our Professional Standards Bureau in East Region, 9 months as a detective sergeant at a local crime unit at Brockville, Ontario. And then with our Provincial Criminal Investigations Branch, I spent 3.5 years there as a staff sergeant and a detective inspector, and then transferred to East Region Criminal Operations for a couple of years, and then became a superintendent in my current role for the past 6 years.
And your current role is Superintendent of Operations for the East Region. Is that right?
Correct. We had a minor title change. We're all called Field Operations Superintendents now.
Okay. And in that current role, you were in that role at the time of January and February 2022?
So I apologize. Yes, at the time I was Director of Operations, yes.
And what does that role entail specifically?
So within each region, we have a Chief Superintendent and 2 superintendents. We have 16 detachments. So I took care of 8 detachments operationally. I took care of their needs. I also took care of criminal operations as well as traffic in this period of time.
And who did you report to at that time?
Chief Superintendent Carl Thomas.
And I want to ask you about Critical Incident Command. I take it you're not formally trained as a Critical Incident Commander, is that right?
That's correct. I'm a trained incident commander. I've not taken the Critical Incident Commander course.
Okay. You've sat in on it, I believe?
I have. Most of our Critical Incident Commanders are of the inspector rank. So as a superintendent, I sat in on one of their courses so I could understand what they were being instructed on. So that's how I obtained some of that knowledge in observing those courses.
Okay. And before the Freedom Convoy events, what was your experience in policing wide-scale protests?
At various ranks of it, was involved in at least a handful of different protests or blockades, primarily in the Tyendinaga, Mohawks of the Bay Quinte area. I was the strategic commander for the Tyendinaga rail blockades in 2020, and then strategic commander for this current event here for the OPP.
Okay. And I was going to ask you about sort of what that means to be strategic commander for an event, if you can describe that for us.
Certainly. Like you heard the witness this morning, she very eloquently described the structure system as how it works. You have a strategic, operational, and tactical. So in my role as a strategic commander, my role is to help facilitate the critical incident commanders that are at the operational level. If they have exceptional needs or resources, they'll come to me and I'll try to make that available to them. My role also is to create situational awareness for OPP Command and brief OPP Command regularly as to what's occurring. I also have some oversight on the command and control just to make sure that what our mission we're trying to accomplish is going to be successful. So I oversee that command and control. And I also look at those areas, try to mitigate any risk that might be involved in our operations. Many of our critical incident commanders are obviously very focused on the jobs they're doing, but may not be aware of what's occurring around the outside of them. And that's my job, to make sure they're understanding of any political issues or other issues that might be going on outside that could affect what they're operating on. It's kind of my job to bring that to their attention.
Okay. And you had a significant amount of sort of decision-making authority over this event, I take it?
Not in an operational capacity. I had decision-making authority in relation to when this event started. This was a traffic event for the OPP. So my job was to create an incident command team to be able to represent the OPP on the arrival of the convoy vehicles. So that was my role initially as strategic commander, to make sure that the organization was well suited and prepared for the arrival of the trucks.
Okay. And you used the term traffic event there. Can you describe that for us?
Certainly. So as we saw it, as we've heard in evidence, we knew vehicles were traveling from across the country, from the east and the west and from northern Ontario, to converge here in Ottawa. Well, to get to Ottawa, you have to travel through OPP jurisdictions primarily. So within East Region, we have many jurisdictions on Highway 17, Provincial Highway 417, which are OPP responsibility. I had to make sure that those small communities were prepared for the large influx of convoy vehicles and protesters. So I had to create a team that could support those communities, and then also I had to create a traffic plan as to how we were going to manage the vehicles on the highway. As you heard, I think, from Superintendent Morris, there is that concern, are they going to blockade highways? Are there going to be damage to highways possibly? So we need to have a strategy in place to manage that if it was to occur. So we used our provincial highway blockade strategy. I had an incident commander create an operational plan to prepare for the arrival of the trucks. And as part of that plan, we communicated with the City of Ottawa, Ottawa Police Service, to figure out how can we support them in that, because they obviously had a plan for where they want these vehicles to be. And since we controlled the 417 and the on and off ramps, they needed our support, and so we had to work together on that.
Okay, and we'll get into that. But just to go back to one thing you said, you talked about assisting smaller communities sort of along the way. Are these communities that are policed by the OPP, or would they have their own municipal forces?
Yes, policed by us. So specifically the communities of Arnprior and Castleman, Castleman to the east, Arnprior to the north. We knew that they were overnighting in those communities. And we did have situations where there was tension at some restaurants where convoy participants maybe not comply with the mask mandates at the time. So we had business owners calling, asking for OPP assistance. So I had to prepare my members to be prepared. Okay, this is what you may see. So do we have a system in place to help support the citizens and make sure that they remain safe? And we know that they're only going to be there for the one night, but we needed to make sure we had bolstered members to assist in that capacity.
Okay. And I also understand that you set up, or to use the police term, sort of stood up the Emergency Operations Center. Can you describe that for us?
Correct. Many times in these major events, you have to have a command post. You have to have somewhere to work out of. So within East Region Headquarters, which is located in Smiths Falls, Ontario, we have a room which is called Emergency Operations Center. And so we have a place for all the parties that help participate in these events. So traffic services, PLT, media relations, criminal operations, incident command, scribes, that all sit in that room and focus on that one task of completing the mission. And that's kind of where we try to have a unified command sitting in that one location. And I'm available to them when they need me.
And you mentioned that you were coordinating with various police agencies, but I want to ask you about the OPS now. When did you start coordinating with the OPS to plan for this event?
Right. So on January 24th, I was asked to be the strategic commander for the OPP in relation to the traffic event. And then I would see at least that day or the day after, I called Deputy Bell and said, this is my role. What can we do to assist you? And then we had intersect calls, which I can explain if you like what intersect is. And on those calls, we discussed where vehicles would park and how the OPP could support the influx of the vehicles later in that week.
I do want to ask you about intersect. I also just, I was reminded that I wanted to ask you just to slow down. We have interpreters and translators, so I will make an effort to speak slowly, and they appreciate that as well.
Certainly.
And so you mentioned intersect, so if you could describe that for us.
Sure. It's a multi-jurisdictional, all hazards emergency preparedness group that focuses on the National Capital Region. It's been in place for many years now. I've been part of Intersect for over 4 years, and there's over 60 clients that are connected to Intersect, and we talk about many different pillars: health, cyber, terrorism, law enforcement, and we have regular monthly meetings and phone calls, and there's also subgroups of Intersect, one of them being law enforcement, where we meet and have discussions. I want to say it was January 24th. I emailed, I apologize, I'll go back quickly. The Intersect program is chaired by the Ottawa Police Service, co-chaired by Ottawa Police Service, the SUPT de Quebec, and the RCMP. And currently they have a civilian kind of programmer that runs the program that Ottawa Police provides. Her name is Kim Stirrup. So I emailed Kim early in the week because I'd heard about, I unfortunately was away from the workplace for 2 weeks prior to the 24th. And I knew that we regularly met when major events were coming to National Capital. Normally we would talk to each other, and I hadn't seen an invite for a meeting. So I emailed her and said, I think we should get the group together and have discussions about how we're going to, because this is all going to affect us. So she generated that meeting invite, and we had a meeting shortly thereafter.
Okay. And going back to the 24th, the start of the coordination, like what did that look like in terms of coordinating with OPS? What were you doing?
So I spoke with Deputy Bell, and I also worked with I had my traffic inspector connect with the Ottawa Police Traffic Inspector to say, okay, you guys need to work out the traffic angle, and then report up to myself and the incident commander as to what we can do to facilitate the traffic. But you have to come up with a traffic plan. So that Inspector Dave Tuvell is the one who wrote the operational plan for the OPP response to this event that was supposed to occur over a single day. And he worked with his counterpart with Ottawa Police to make sure that we were supporting them in the way they needed it.
Now you say the OPP response was, was planning for a single day event. Why is that?
I should back up, sorry. Obviously, it was multi-day in our purposes because they were stopping overnight in Armpire the night before. So it was more than one night, but we expected the majority of the vehicles were going to make their way into the city of Ottawa on one particular day. So that was kind of the day we wanted to make sure that we had all the resources available to prepare for road vehicle stoppages, road blockages, those types of things. And our provincial liaison team, as the commission has heard about, they were engaged with many of the convoy leaders, and they talked about routes they would take, and they would only take up one lane of 417. They wouldn't take up all the lanes. And then Ottawa Police had told us what off-ramps that they wanted us to have them go off at. So we worked with our partners with the MTO and ourselves to make sure we had those ramps ready for their arrival.
Okay. And so maybe I want to make sure I understood you correctly. When you say a one-day event, you're talking about one day where a lot of vehicles will be converging on Ottawa.
Correct.
Is that correct?
The majority arrived in the villages of Armpire and Castleman the night before. They overnighted there, and the plan was the next morning to make their way into the city of Ottawa.
Right. And I believe you were familiar with Hendon reports?
It was. As Superintendent Morris spoke about, Hendon originated many years ago, not just because of this event. And because of my involvement in many of the Indigenous protests and my role, I have been on the Hendon email distribution list for many years. So I received all those Hendon reports, not only for this period of time, but also in the past.
Okay. And were you reviewing them as they were coming out?
Yes. Like I said, for the 2-week period of January 11th to the 22nd, I was away from the workplace. And when I returned, I reviewed my emails and caught up on my Hendon reports upon my return from work. But yes, I reviewed the Hendon reports as they came in because they directly impacted our planning of what we were going to do to make sure that we had all our angles covered in case something from the report indicated that there might be a problem in the village of Arnprior, or there might be intelligence indicates there might be problems in Castleman. Those are things I needed to know, and my incident commander needed to know. So we reviewed them religiously.
Okay. And I understand Castleman and Arnprior are sort of areas under OPP jurisdiction where you would have a particular attention, but did you have an understanding or a view of what was going to transpire in Ottawa based on those reports in the week leading up to the convoy?
I certainly, based on the reports, saw many different views of what might happen in Ottawa. We saw social media reports that said there might be 34,000 vehicles that arrive in Ottawa. We saw other reports that might be only in the hundreds. I think as recently as January 24th Hendon report, one of the intelligence gaps that's indicated on the report says unknown exact number of vehicles that will be attending Ottawa. So even as late as the 24th, we weren't 100% sure on numbers. So we had an intense range from social media saying 30,000, 32,000 to in the hundreds.
Did you discuss the Hendon reports with anyone at OPS in your sort of role of coordinator?
I did not discuss Hendon directly with anybody at Ottawa Police Service, no.
Now, I want to ask you about an intersect call on, I think it was the morning of January 27th. Do you remember that call?
I do.
Could you describe it for us?
Yes, it was part of the regular intersect call. Normally they do roundtable. This was more specific to this event, so we kind of opened the floor to Ottawa Police Service, and they spoke about their event and they spoke about their plans to manage the convoy vehicles that were traveling to their city.
Okay, and what were the plans that were shared on that call?
There was no written plan shared on the call. It was all verbal. They indicated that they had a plan and had a capacity to accept 3,000 vehicles in their city. And then they set about describing on what streets those vehicles would park in. In my notes, I made notes of the call. I noted the streets. I just don't have the streets and the exact vehicle numbers, but they had, Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, X number of vehicles could park there. Wellington Street, X number of vehicles could park there. They spoke about how the convoy leaders agreed to only take 3 of 4 lanes on Wellington Street and leave 1 lane open for emergency vehicles. Other vehicles would take up side streets off of Wellington and keep the curb lane open for emergency vehicles. That's how they described their interactions with the convoy leaders.
And prior to this call, were you aware that the OPS was planning to allow the trucks into downtown Ottawa?
This was the first I'd heard about how Ottawa planned to deal with the vehicles that were traveling into their city.
Okay, and did you have any concerns about that proposal?
I didn't. As much as I'd seen Hendon reports, like we've heard evidence here that obviously motivated individuals traveling from East Coast and West Coast, very well funded, indications that they may spend multiple days. Some Hendon reports said 3 days, but certainly it looked like multiple days. But I think Superintendent Morris talked about being in your lane. I had to stay in my lane. And I had a lot of experience working with the Ottawa Police Service with other major events and seeing their abilities, a very professional organization. And it wasn't my place to question whether they were ready. I had to make that assumption that they were ready. They were talking calmly about what their plans were. They felt that was going to be successful, and it was not my place to question them. I assumed they had that plan in place, and my job was there to just support them.
Okay, and I understand that and the whole sort of stay in your lane mentality, but did you have any concerns? Even if you didn't voice them, did you have any concerns about that number of maybe heavy commercial vehicles in downtown Ottawa?
I didn't have concerns. It certainly was unique. Not something that I've ever experienced. Large vehicles, I've experienced large number of persons, but not that number of vehicles. But once again, I had to rely on that the Ottawa Police had that experience. They were the police of jurisdiction, and it was just not my place to question. I had to assume that they had a solid plan, and we were just there to support. Sorry.
No, sorry. Did anybody else on that call, any of the other participating agencies, raise any concerns or question that plan?
I don't recall it. I just recall a conversation about how vehicles traveling from Quebec could impact the Sûreté de Quebec, Gatineau Police. We just talked about impacts that traffic flow would have, but I don't recall anybody questioning what Ottawa Police was speaking about.
Okay. And there was also discussion of a plan to have vehicles kind of park further away and protesters sort of bust in. Do you remember that?
I recall discussions about, could we have the vehicles park at the Canadian Tire Centre, the hockey arena, and have them shuttle bus down to the downtown core. In my view, that's more difficult. If you're a truck driver and you've driven your truck multiple days and weeks across the country, you're likely not going to be happy to park it at the Canadian Tire Centre. So I know some areas were opened up by the city to allow some overflow parking, but those ideas I didn't believe came to fruition.
Okay. And based on your participation in this call, what did it appear, how long of an event did it appear that the OPS was planning for?
The weekend at the most.
Okay. And was that consistent with what you understood at the time?
Sorry, consistent in what context?
Did you also believe it would be a weekend-long event?
Yes, because I was relying that Ottawa Police believed it would be a weekend event, so who was I to question that it wasn't going to be? If they believed it, I believed it, and we were partners in it. And as much as Hendon did say those other things, I had to take some faith in Ottawa had the plan, and that we would be done on Sunday evening, maybe Monday morning at the latest.
Well, you've anticipated my question because Superintendent Morris was very clear yesterday that the Hendon reports in the week leading up used the word long-term and sort of made it clear that protesters would be staying. So I guess I'm wondering if you were reading them, why you weren't left with that impression as well.
There was more Hendon report, there was more intel that indicated they were staying longer than staying shorter, for sure, there was. And I just had to assume that Ottawa had a capacity to manage what may have been a longer term event, that there must have been a plan B, let's say, for lack of a better word, that, yeah, if these people do stay after Monday, then we pull out plan B and we activate plan B. Those were just assumptions I was making, that because we all knew and we all had access to those Hendon reports, we knew that possibility could be longer, that there must be a contingency plan in place if Monday's still locked up.
Right. Was there discussion of that contingency plan or plan B on this intersect call?
There was not.
Who, if anyone, at the OPP did you sort of report back to after this intersect call about the plan to let the vehicles into downtown?
I reported to my chief superintendent, Carl Thomas, about what was occurring. I reported to my incident commander, of course, because he wasn't on the call. It was Inspector Scott Semple, he was incident commander at the time, to say that I had this conversation. This is what Ottawa's plan is for the vehicles. And that's when I asked my traffic inspector to connect with their traffic inspector and just filled my superior in on what I'd heard on the call.
And ultimately, there was a sort of plan that dated January 28th or 29th, I believe, that was put together by the Ottawa Police Service. Did you ever see a copy of that plan?
I don't recall seeing a plan for that weekend, no.
Okay. Did you ever ask for a copy?
I did not.
No. Would you normally see a copy of a plan for an event like that?
Not as much. It's another police jurisdiction, unless it had ties to OPP operations in the plan. I wouldn't normally see it because it didn't impact me or my service.
We've heard evidence, and I expect we'll continue to hear evidence, that this was a fairly unprecedented event. Would you agree with that assessment?
I would agree. On many levels, unprecedented in size. The vehicles used lots of unprecedented natures to the event, for sure.
If we could pull up OPP 50773, please. Just showing you another document. This is the will say that I believe you prepared in connection with attending the interview this summer. Is that correct?
Actually, within a week after the end of the event, I just felt, because of my role, that the organization would likely want to hear from what I experienced. So I created the will say then. I didn't even know that a commission was coming or that interviews may be coming several months later. I just did it because I knew the facts were fresh in my mind at the time. There was so many things that happened that most made it into my notebook, but there's so many things that were independent recollections that I didn't want to lose. So both myself and Chief Party created these type of documents around the same period of time.
Okay, so that's helpful to know. So this was created in, we're talking late February, maybe early March?
Yes, and no later than 2 weeks after the end of the event.
Okay. And so I won't take you to it, but I just wanted to understand the circumstances under which it was created. And so it references a conversation with an Inspector Ferguson on January 29th. Who's Inspector Ferguson?
That's Inspector Dawn Ferguson. She's a detached commander of our Renfrew detachment, but she's also a trained critical incident commander. So as part of our planning for this event, because it was a traffic event on the 417, the National Capital Regional Command Center was stood up, and most of the policing partners were housed there, MTO, OPS, Gatineau Police. So it was important for us to have a leader there to be able to help direct the traffic and have better communication flow between all the agencies. So I asked her to be there and be able to report back to the incident commander at the EOC, which was Inspector Semple, and myself. They both fell under myself. And her role there was to kind of monitor how things were occurring and how the vehicles were traveling into the city and report back at what was occurring with our partners.
Okay. And she did report back to you on the 29th, correct?
She did.
And what was that report?
I want to say it was around mid-morning, 11:47, I think the time was, but I may be mistaken on the time. But she indicated that she was experiencing dysfunction within the NCRCC, specifically to the OPS commanders, Inspector Lucas. He was yelling profanities, not only at her, but we also had a staff sergeant there, Lisa Nicholas, and also they were yelling profanities at each other. And they had clearly seemed to her had lost some control over what was occurring and didn't have a way to figure it out, and they were trying to offer assistance to them in the form of officers to help. If they had calls for service in the city of Ottawa they weren't able to get to because all their members were tied up downtown, that we could provide some of that service, but they weren't able to get kind of any communication back to say, yes, we could use that or not.
Okay, and what specifically, what type of assistance was the OPP offering at this point?
We offered everything from public order unit assistance, rapid response team, QRT teams, we kind of use that term. Quick response teams, if they had an armed robbery, let's say in Canada, and everybody was tied up with a convoy downtown, we could rally members together to help them out with those major calls that they were obviously stretched to be able to get to.
Okay, and I think your will say includes the phrase, this event was clearly beyond their capabilities. Is that, and their being OPS, was that a view that you had formed already on January 29th?
That was the term Inspector Ferguson used to me.
Okay.
Because obviously I wasn't experiencing it. That's what she was experiencing, and that's how she described it to me.
Okay. And did Inspector Ferguson relay to you, or did you have a view of kind of what was going wrong? What was overwhelming, I guess, the OPS at that point?
Just a lack of what to do. There was no real plan as to who do we send where, what do you want me to do? Lots of questions about where their resources were supposed to go. Lots of confusion in that aspect.
Okay. And I understand that you spoke with Deputy Chief Bell on that day as well, correct?
I did.
Okay, can you describe that conversation for us?
Sure. Essentially, it was an agreement that we would be the contacts with each other throughout this event. Obviously, they're going to have a contact with the OPP. So we agreed that we would be each other's contact. If he needed something from the OPP, he would call me, and vice versa. So we'd arrange that process early on.
Okay. And did you offer any assistance on this day in particular?
I'd have to check my notes. I know I've offered assistance. I just can't remember if it was this particular day.
Okay.
Which date? I can look quickly here. I have my notes with me. I just know what date I'm referring to.
We can pull it up. It's OPP 50774, and it's at page 12. It's the entry at 16, just above 1642, I think. Advise DC Bell 18 at,
Correct, yes. So I advised them that we had 18 members at our Canada detachment, which is our Ottawa detachment, including 2 sergeants, that could assist if required. He acknowledged and stated that he would relay that information to his incident commander. And we waited. There was no real reply. And then at 18:30, I again contacted and made a final offer for assistance to the Ottawa Police Service. And at 1900, they advised us that there was really no help required. And that was through Staff Sergeant Nicholas, who was in the NCRCC.
okay. And so you offered them some point in the afternoon, didn't have a response, and then at 7 o'clock, we're told we don't, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, there was no, we never heard back. We called again to say, we made the offer at just after 4 o'clock. Do you still need these 18 officers? And there was just no reply back to say they wanted them. And then finally at 1900, they stated that there was just no help required.
Okay. And what type of officers were these 18 officers?
They were just frontline constables that we would have pulled from detachment operations within a 45-minute to hour radius of Ottawa as soon as we could get members there to help support without critically damaging our ability to police the communities they were serving. It was strictly just members who were currently on duty that we could pull. We have a regional mobilization plan that kind of has a set number of, based on how many are working on this day, this is how many officers we could move to other locations in an emergency. So we were able to dictate, okay, we can survive with pulling 18 if they need it.
And so was 18 the most that you could sort of put together in that short order?
That's the most I could summon in that short order. East region is a rather large region, but within an hour of Ottawa, that's the most I could muster at that period of time.
Okay. And did the OPS ultimately take you up on that offer at some point?
I believe the next day they agreed that my inspector, Luc Duval, indicated that they had members that were prepared to go to Ottawa, and they had 18, but I think initially they were going to send 10, and they sent 10 downtown to Elgin Street to be deployed mainly in a traffic service capacity, helping out with traffic control, closing streets. And then shortly thereafter, I heard back from my incident commander, Inspector Ferguson, that only 2 of those members had been used, and the rest had been sitting there for over, I believe it was 4 hours. And they were on day shift. It was late in the day. And I said, pull them from Elgin. We can't let them sit around there any longer. So then I reached out to Deputy Bell to just let him know this is what's happening. And he indicated that he apologized and said there was a lack of communication within their bureau, within their service, and that he would rectify it.
Okay. And did either you offer additional assistance, or did he ask for those 10 back or additional officers at that time?
It's hard to recall because we spoke so often, but there was the offer. He knew that he was going to have to ask for more assistance. Inspector Duval indicated that through Inspector Lucas that there was going to be a formal ask coming for more assistance from the OPP. It was unknown what that number was going to look like, but it was likely going to come. And so Deputy Bell and I would have had that conversation to say, okay, it's coming. We haven't figured out the exact number yet, but there's going to be a further request for resources coming.
And that was going to be chief to commissioner, chief slowly to Commissioner Carrique?
In a formal way, it would do that, but Deputy Bell could call me to say, I need 30 people, and we would operationalize that right away. The formal paperwork can take its time and move its way from Ottawa to Orillia, but we're not going to wait for the formal paperwork. Their partner agencies, we're going to help them in their time of need, And I would have mustered those members and got them to Ottawa prior to any letter being signed by the commissioner.
Okay. But if that's the case, why pull back the officers that you had sent who were just, in your words, sort of sitting around doing nothing? I mean, they were there and they could have been activated.
Mainly because of the hours they'd already been working. They'd already been working over 12 hours that day, so they're on 14 hours. If they were then just starting to work, it would be unfair to those members to work past the period of time they were working, so that's why I pulled them.
Okay. In this first weekend, sort of January 29th, January 30th, can you just share with us any other observations about what was happening on the ground, what was going well, what was not going well?
It was certainly not going well. I was getting lots of reports from my members at the NCRCC. There was lots of dysfunction, still lots of yelling, lots of unknowns of what they were going to do. On the 31st of January, I had a conversation with Deputy Bell where he basically said, we're planning for a protracted event and we really don't know our way out of this. So that was the first indication to me on the 31st that we were going to be in for a long haul to assist them. So I had to prepare my incident command team to kind of switch to say, okay, now we have to switch operations to supporting the Ottawa police. And I'm not 100% what the numbers are going to look like yet, but it's clear through talking to Deputy Bell that it's going to be protracted. They don't see a way out, and they're going to be relying on us and other services to help them.
Okay, and we'll get there. But first, I'd like to pull up an email. It's OPP 401593. If we can go to the bottom email, the one from Joseph Varga. He's an inspector with the OPP, correct?
He is. He's a critical incident commander, a major critical incident commander.
Okay. And what was his role at this point?
Early on, there was discussions within our own organization as to how we were going to structure the support for Ottawa. Would Inspector Varga come down and act as the MCIC to help direct OPP resources to assist Ottawa? What was the command structure looking like? Because there was concerns over what the Ottawa Police command structure was going to look like. So there was just a lot of general discussions about how best can we insert ourselves and integrate ourselves and provide the support that's required. A lot of that conversation resolved around that.
Okay. And I think this email kind of touches on some of that regrouping. Inspector Varga writes, Superintendent, as you are aware, OPP POU direct supports to PPS will conclude this evening. At the request of OPS and the NCRCC command group, OPP POU has now been requested to support OPS with the ongoing POU deployment in the city of Ottawa. So what assistance had the OPP rendered to the PPS, being the Parliamentary Protective Service, during that first weekend?
Within Ontario, a lot of the services have a public order unit hub, and they communicate with each other when they require services. So this request wouldn't necessarily have gone directly through myself. POU and POU commanders reported to me indirectly, but I certainly didn't direct other operations because they're trained POU commanders. They would tell me when the request comes in. So I recall that a request from PPS came in for support, and we discussed about, well, where is the support? Is it at PPS or is it with Ottawa? Who needs the support the most? And it was as agreed amongst the POU subject matter experts that they would begin supporting the Parliamentary Protective Services first, and then if required, transition to support Ottawa.
Okay. And do you know why that agreement was reached?
I didn't ask specifics because it wasn't my subject matter expertise. I relied on their expertise to say that something from what PPS told them, they needed to protect them and support them first, and then always be available to Ottawa if they required it.
Okay. If we could just scroll down a little bit, Inspector Varga shares the plan for the next 3 days. This concept of operations is anticipated to utilize OPP POU in conjunction with all other assisting agency POU units in the following timeline. And then it sets out what was going to occur on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, including a possible injunction if the injunction, and then the injunction would be enforced. So at this point, on January 30th, which is the Sunday. Is everyone planning to basically wrap this up by Wednesday of the coming week?
I can't say that that's the case because I wasn't engaged in these conversations with public order. My role was on a frontline capacity. We call them soft hats. So your normal police officer you'd see on the street. That was my focus. Public order command was separate to me, so they would have their conversations, and if they felt they needed to add public order to Ottawa, they would do that on their own and just notify me that it was happening. I was providing around 30 officers a day at this period of time to Ottawa Police, 15 on days and 15 on nights, primarily to just do traffic services, traffic enforcement, just at intersections, closing roads. And I let the incident commanders like Joe Varga and his public order unit commanders work out what system they felt they needed to do with their public order partners in Ottawa and other services.
Okay, so the 30 were traffic officers under your command, and then Inspector Varga had POU units that may have been in Ottawa as well.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is a POU plan, so that you weren't involved in preparing.
I was not. They would have just been a phone call to say, Superintendent, there's going to be POU in Ottawa supporting PPS and Ottawa Police. And I would get general, we're on ground today. We got this many on ground doing QRT or this many on ground doing this. But that was the extent of the notifications I was receiving.
Okay. And if we just scroll down a little bit, the next paragraph, a review of the shift of OPP POU support from PPS to OPS has resulted in a reevaluation of required OPP POU resources. And you see it talks about the release of 14 bodies back to their home location. Further, 8 POU members will be returning to their home locations. And so my question is, it's January 30th. It certainly doesn't look like the protest is ending on Monday morning, but POU members are leaving the city of Ottawa. And do you know why that is?
I can't say, and that's the kind of the essence of the command structure. As a strategic commander, I'm not going to get necessarily into the weeds. I trust my subject matter experts, incident commanders, POU commanders to know what they need to do. We had many other priorities going on around the province with other borders, Blue Water Bridge, Ambassador Bridge. We had to protect our international border crossings. So they may have been redeployed to those other areas. But kind of the nature of that major critical incident command structure is for a person like me in a role I was in to not get too far into the weeds. So that's why I would not necessarily have been advised.
Okay. You referred earlier to discussion with Deputy Chief Bell on the 31st, where he indicated they were now planning for a 4-week extended occupation. How did you react to that timeline?
I was concerned. I really thought and hoped that we could resolve it prior to that period of time, because as from my experience with other blockades, the longer they go, the more people that are attracted and the more people you now have to deal with, and it makes the job of a police service that much more difficult to be able to manage. So I was hoping that we could develop something between the multiple groups at the table to be able to deal with it prior to 4 weeks. But that was a surprise to hear that early in the game that they were already looking 4 weeks down the road.
Okay. And based on that, did you escalate that within the OPP? Did you change anything about your own planning when you heard that anticipated timeline?
Most certainly. I had to reach out to my inspector, my chief superintendent, but also my inspector incident commanders to say, okay, now we have to start scheduling for 4 weeks out. Let's try to figure out how we can provide the resources that Ottawa needs. We're going to expect that they're going to expect more than 30 a day as the days move on. So how are we going to do this? We had to engage in our organization. We have an emergency operations center in Rouleau, and that's part of their roles to help with major planning for major events. So it was clear that it was going to start getting out of my ability on a regional level to staff Ottawa Police with just regional people. We were going to have to start bringing in people from all over the province, so that we needed help in that logistics. So we reached out to Rouleau, our Emergency Operations Center, to say, okay, get ready. It's going to be an extended event. Can we start identifying regional contacts to start relaying what Ottawa is going to need and how many people we can get to Ottawa? And then I had to stand up a much more robust logistics team to now plan for hotels and be able to staff and feed and deploy all these people, and most likely find a bigger command post to manage it, because now it's going to be growing.
I'd like to pull up OPP 6024, please. This is an email from, I believe it's Superintendent Alakis. Is that correct?
Yes, he's in our Field Support Bureau.
Okay. And what role was he playing in the response?
Right. So as Superintendent Field Support Bureau, they cover the majority of the OPP's emergency services, so tactical response units, emergency response teams, which are our public order units. They're emergency response officers and they're POU trained. So that falls under their bureau, which falls under Deputy DeMarco's bureau. So he would have had, and he also is in control of our EOC. So he had a large role to play in what was happening.
Okay. So I want to go down and start with Superintendent Alakis identifies sort of 3 issues. It says much of the uncertainty around response and especially around the utilization of our resources has resulted from 3 main difficulties. And so if you could just help us understand these, if you had observed these, just take us through sort of 1, 2, and 3.
Sure. This is the first time seeing the email, so you have to apologize. I'm reading through it.
Okay.
So he has concerns about, I guess, terminology. I think we kind of heard with Deputy Ferguson that the Ottawa Police may refer to their critical command structure a little bit differently than us. So nomenclature and naming can sometimes cause confusion. So I think that's what they're referring to in number 1. And whether do they need incident commanders? Do they need major critical incident commanders? And do they understand what the true function of a CAC is? Could that be done with just an incident commander? So I think he's just trying to clarify to them. Can you go back to them to clarify what is it they really need? Because then we know what we can send them. Because there's 3 levels of command: incident command, critical incident command, and major critical incident command come with many different skills. So you want to try to, keep it to the lowest level as possible.
And so before we move on to 2, is that an issue or a function of the fact that there isn't a standardized incident command system across various police agencies?
As far as I'm aware, there's fairly standardized processes, but as we heard, they had the term event commander, which meant incident commander. So I guess some municipalities may choose to use different terminology than others, but from my understanding of the critical incident command process, the naming conventions are fairly consistent.
Okay. And so if you just point to OPS requests were framed in terms of specific amounts of resources rather than in terms of the effect or impact they wish these resources to impart. Was that something that you had observed?
Correct. And that's kind of where the line divides here. So I'm getting requests from Deputy Bell for frontline officers, and we're very clear on what he wants them to do and what they're going to do. They're getting requests from Ottawa Police Public Unit Command about what they want them to do. So his concern is what he's hearing from the public order side of Ottawa Police. And I'm making assumptions here because I wasn't involved in this email. It's a little more clear on my side because I can ask those direct questions. What do you want them to do? How many cars do you want them to bring? What are their roles and responsibilities? So I can find those people with those skills. Whereas here, it seems that the public order unit request from Ottawa was maybe a little vague and not as specific about exactly what they wanted and exactly what they wanted them to do. And that can cause frustration for sure.
Okay. But in your view, you had a better, I guess, relationship with Deputy Chief Bell and were able to have that direct conversation in a way that's better than what Superintendent Alakis was able to accomplish?
Initially, for sure. I mean, along the way, there were certain frustrations about where do you want our people and when. That was more minor, but it was very clear he needed the most help relieving his members from the downtown core so they could get some rest. And that's what is kind of his focus was on the maintenance piece first. And that was the easiest piece for us to help him with because they didn't have to have specialized skills. They just had to be police officers with a cruiser.
Okay. And then just briefly on the third point, an initial lack of internal communication and unified incident command, which created barriers to effective information intelligence flow. Is that something that you had observed at that point?
I did. Observed, and I did speak to Deputy Bell about this as well. I just observed multiple points. They had an incident commander at their Greenbank location. They had some commanders at their Elgin Street headquarters, and they had Inspector Lucas at the NCRCC. They were all spread out across the city. It was almost like a left-hand, right-hand situation. Inspector Lucas may not have been aware of what the incident commander superintendent was doing at Greenbank, and it bore out in public order unit work as well. So I had some conversations with Deputy Bell about that, just to say, these are the frustrations my people are seeing. He recognized that right away. He understood they were trying to do their best to become more unified. I wasn't telling him anything he hadn't heard or seen himself, I think. But we had, for the benefit of my people, that's why I was there, to protect my people. And when they wanted me to message with Ottawa Police, that was my role. And we did have lots of conversation around the difficulty we were seeing in their incident command structures, yes.
Okay. And was Deputy Chief Bell was receptive to those comments?
Yeah, he seemed very receptive. He seemed to understand and said, yes, Craig, we're doing the best we can.
Okay. If we could get OPP 401342, please. Just want to show you, this is an email, I believe, from Pat Morris to you and others on February 2nd. And if we can just go down, there's an organizational chart here, and I just want to understand and make sure that this accurately represents the sort of command structure for the OPP for this event at the time.
It is exactly how it was at the time, yes.
Okay. And what's the difference between the NCRCC and then the OPP Ottawa command post?
Essentially, it was the NCRCC housed all our partner agencies, and I felt it would be we'd be missing out on a lot if we didn't put somebody there, because we needed somebody to coordinate what was happening. They had access to MTO cameras, they had access to Ottawa Police radios, because Ottawa Police was right there. So they were able to provide a lot more real-time and quick information to those incident commanders that was sitting at the Ottawa command post. So that's why we had those two inspectors at those locations. And then Inspector Dave Springer, who is a trained POU commander in MCIC, he was taking care of the POU command side.
Okay.
And they all kind of reported up to myself.
And so this email is from February 2nd, which is also the date of Chief Slowly, or former Chief Slowly, saying he doesn't believe that there's a policing solution, or there may not be a policing solution. I take it you're familiar with that, with him saying that?
Yeah.
And so as somebody who was on the ground and sort of witnessing what was going on very close hand from the OPP, did you share that assessment of the situation at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Why not?
Based on my experience, I guess is the best example. I hadn't, even up to this point, I'd already heard about issues integrating PLT into this process. And all the blockades I've been involved in, I've seen nothing but success from our PLT team. They're an amazingly dedicated group of individuals who are able to establish relationships with protesters, able to start discussions about, okay, why are you here? What are you protesting? How long do you plan to be here? Can we help you with an exit strategy? They're trained in the framework that's been adopted by the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs, which I think the Commission has heard about already. And they've done amazing work to be able to resolve a lot of situations without having to use POU, just through negotiation and discussions and allowing groups, whatever they happen to be, exit on their own and without having to have police enforcement. Now, we've had to use police enforcement at times, for sure, but I did not see that piece being used in this situation. I didn't see intelligence being used to lead a solution. I didn't see PLT being used to lead a solution. So that's why I felt maybe he was being a little premature. That I didn't see that all these steps have been tried yet. I guess if all those steps have been tried and every tool in our toolbox have been used and we're still at ground zero, maybe you could think about that in that way, but I just didn't think that we had used all our tools yet, so I couldn't agree with that statement.
Okay. And so hearing that, did that prompt a renewed extension of support, or did you do anything with that to go back to your team and say, we have to step up our assistance because clearly this is a situation that's getting out of hand?
Not too long after the February 2nd date, I might have the dates wrong, we'd already sent our OPP PLT team to Ottawa to support them. So they were already on the ground trying to support. So I was already hearing frustrations on integration. They weren't able to be integrated. They weren't given autonomy to make decisions. So I was more communicating with Deputy Bell because they would call me, Inspector Baudin, which the commission will hear from, who runs the PLT program. He would call me, his sergeants would call me to say, sir, we're not getting anywhere here. The actual Ottawa Police Service team's not given autonomy to connect with convoy drivers, make a lot of those concessions, which they do. And so they were floundering. They didn't feel they had a role. They didn't see a plan. There was no PLT plan, which normally there is a plan for PLT. There was none. So I wasn't as much communicating with them as they were communicating with me about their concerns. And part of my role as strategic commander was deconfliction. So I would reach out to Deputy Bell and say, Steve, this is what we're seeing. And we're hearing from Chief Slowly and other commanders that PLT is important to the solution of this problem, but we're just not seeing it be operationalized. And that's not unique. Sometimes if you're at a high level like a chief and you're not seeing what's happening on the ground, maybe that's news to Chief Slowly, right? So it was important for me on behalf of my members and for the Ottawa Police Service to bring it to their attention and see if they can make some changes to get them more autonomy and get them more engaged, and try to stress upon Deputy Chief Bell the successes I've seen and the importance of using them to help move this forward.
And sort of generally speaking, when you relayed those concerns, what was the reception?
Positive. Deputy Bell agreed. He understood the importance of the integration and that he was going to make sure that that was happening.
Okay. And I understand that the OPP assigned two planners in the very early days, Inspector Yunin and Staff Sergeant Gauvin. Is that right?
That's correct.
Could you just describe what their role would have been?
Right. So they were asked, as part of the kind of formal ask from Chief Slowly, to come and help their planners come up with a plan. And I heard from them regularly about their frustrations. They were kind of given three tasks. Number one was a plan to go intersection by intersection. Number two was like, I don't know if it was mass arrest, may be the wrong word, but just another plan, another enforcement plan. And the third plan was kind of a status quo plan. How do we kind of hold the streets for a certain period of time? There was questions about who they reported to within the Ottawa Police Service, who's responsible for this plan, who's going to sign off on the plan. And at a certain period, one of the OPS inspectors, Marin, came in the room and said, whatever you were told to do, forget it. Chief Slowly wants you to come up with a whole new plan. You report to me now and go to work. And they essentially walked away from the table and called me and relayed this information to me to say, sir, can you help us? This isn't working. And then I called Deputy Bell and explained, and he explained, no, These members report to, I think it was Superintendent, maybe Acting Superintendent Dunlop, and they were to take direction from him. So the planning table was having its own frustrations itself.
Okay. And, but these two OPP planners were working alongside OPS planners?
Correct.
And did that group ultimately come up with any sort of plan?
Not that I ever saw, no.
Now, I understand there's a bit of confusion also about the role that Superintendent Mark Patterson was playing at this time as well.
I was clear myself that he was their incident commander in the early days. I knew that he was the one I needed to contact if I had incident commander type conversations I needed to have. I knew he was the one to call. So it wasn't unclear to me at that stage. It changed as days moved forward. It became confusing because they changed incident commanders fairly quickly. But in the early days, if the period of time we're talking about, I knew that he was the person to contact.
Okay. Did it appear to you, I guess based on this incident that you just described or otherwise, that there was some confusion in the OPS about lines of authority and who needed to sign off on what, or who was in charge of PLT or the plan or whatever it is?
Yes, very much so. There was confusion amongst the PLT. They didn't know who they reported to. Obviously, the planners didn't know who they were supposed to report to. And there was confusion about who had authority to make decisions and move a plan forward.
Did you raise that within the OPP at all?
Yes. And that's kind of the job of a strategic commander. Again, I talked about situational awareness. It was important for me to let my command, including Deputy Commissioner and Commissioner Creek, be aware of what I was seeing and the concerns I was seeing, in the hopes that Commissioner Creek or Deputy Commissioner Harkins could have higher level conversations with Chief Slowly. So I had to make them aware of what was occurring because in a way we had to protect our members. If we're going to bring more members into an event that was dysfunctional and dangerous, that's my job, is to protect our members. So I didn't want to do that either. So that really, I was the eyes and ears of the organization for that. Until Chief Party arrived, that was essentially my role. Situational awareness, reporting up to senior command, and deconflicting the issues that I saw with PLT and our planners, and just trying to navigate the logistical challenges that Ottawa Police when they required help on the street with traffic.
And when you talk about deconflicting issues, you're talking about sort of direct conversations with Deputy Chief Bell.
Yes, so I would hear from my members, either attached to the PLT team or attached to the planning team. They would express concerns to me, and then I would commit to them that I would reach out to Deputy Bell to see what we could do to try to resolve it.
I want to go to February 4th now, and there was a press conference, I believe, at which it was announced that all off-ramps from the 417 into Ottawa and the bridges into Ottawa were going to be shut down, closed essentially. Remember that press conference?
I do. In fact, I remember it was predicated with Chief Slowly saying that due to new intelligence, this is what he wanted to do.
Okay.
Yes.
On the intelligence piece, were you aware of any new intelligence?
No, that's why I was quite confused. I was in my command post watching the news, and I saw Chief Slowly and Deputy Bell on the TV announcing this, and it caused me great concern.
Okay. And were you aware that this was going to be announced, or that this was a new proposal or plan?
It was totally out of the blue, unprepared, unaware.
Okay. And why was it concerning, or why was this an issue for you?
The OPP was responsible for the 417 and all on-ramps and off-ramps. We had partnerships with the MTO. As you're aware, Ottawa has many on-ramps and off-ramps on the 417. I certainly also even if we had the members to do it, which we did not, I still question what that does. There's lots of ways to get into downtown Ottawa. You don't have to use the 417. So I had two issues. Number one, I currently did not have the capacity to do what I was hearing I wanted to be done. in relation to OPP policed highways. And I also questioned the intelligence. So I guess 3 things. And I questioned how would that help?
Okay.
So I reached out to Deputy Bell right away.
And how did that conversation go?
I texted him, I believe, to say, Steve, if this is true, we need to talk because this is going to have huge logistical impacts on me and my organization. And you haven't talked timelines. And Chief Slowly's almost talking immediately. It's never going to happen immediately. And then he called me shortly thereafter to say, no, Craig, we're not going to do this. And then I asked, what's this new intelligence? And he said, obviously there's no intelligence, Craig. You're the ones, the OPP, that are providing us the intelligence. There's certainly maybe CSIS or another intelligence network may have provided the information. That was my concern. But he indicated that there was no new intelligence and there was no plan to close ramps. And I reached out to my inspector, Inspector Ferguson at the NCRCC. She talked to her Ottawa Police Service inspectors, and they also had never heard of this plan and started to become upset because they were never even notified that this was a chief's idea.
Okay. Was closing off-ramps or bridges something that the OPP had done as the convoy traversed Ontario?
We closed some off-ramps on the initial arrival just to try to focus them to use ramps that were open. So we did that, and off and on throughout this whole event, we would do that. If we saw a large convoy wanting to come to Ottawa, we would open and close certain off-ramps just to get them into the city in a cleaner fashion, and we would communicate with the convoy leaders to make that happen. So, and the bridges, I believe almost every bridge is within either the city of Ottawa. So the only time we ever did bridges was during the COVID lockdown when they had the provincial lockdowns, and we did bridges in OPP jurisdiction, but not in the city of Ottawa. But that obviously predated this event.
And when you closed off ramps, at some points, was that done at the request of OPS, or was that just done?
It was totally at the request of OPS. I mean, OPS was the police's jurisdiction. So we were essentially attached to their hip. What they wanted, if they wanted us to do it, we could only do what they wanted. You know, we couldn't read their mind as to what their plan was because there was no plan. So we would essentially wait. They would phone us. They would say, can you close this ramp for this period of time for this reason? If we had the resources to do it, we would do it and then reopen the ramp.
Okay, so just help me understand that though, because my understanding is that the OPP are the police of jurisdiction for 400 series highways. And so that's why they were asking you to close ramps, because the OPS couldn't send cruisers to close an off-ramp on a 400 series highway. Is that correct?
Correct. I apologize. It may come out wrong. The Ottawa police would have wanted us to close the ramp because of an operational issue they had.
Okay.
So they were reaching out to us to do it for their purpose.
Right.
As the OPP, we generally did not just close ramps just because we wanted to. It would have been at the request of Ottawa police because they had an issue within the city and they needed our help on the ramp. Sorry, I wasn't clear on that.
No, I just wanted to make sure it was clear for the commissioner's benefit.
Yes.
And so it had been done before, closing of ramps at the request of the OPS. In this case, it just caught you by surprise.
Oh, yeah, just based on the sheer number. I mean, obviously, a ramp or two for collisions is normal, but to hear all ramps was concerning because that's a large number.
Okay. In your witness summary, and I won't take you there, but it refers to a conversation with Deputy Chief Bell, like what you characterize as a formal conversation with Deputy Chief Bell on the 4th. What can you tell us about that conversation?
Oh, that was about the unified command conversation?
Sorry?
That was about unified
Yes.
command? Okay, yes. Once again, that was triggered by my calls from my members on the ground, still concerned with not seeing a plan, no unified structure, no inability to integrate, no inability to have autonomy. So I wanted to express it to Deputy Bell in a more formal way to say, Deputy, this is what we're seeing, and we need to try, or you need to try, to come up with a more unified structure to make this work a bit better, much better. And Deputy Bell was very receptive to our conversations, understood the need, and stated that that's what their goal was, and they were trying to do that. It was difficult. Deputy Bell obviously is a senior officer to me. I don't want to be seen as trying to tell him what to do. I think he recognized it himself when we discussed it. But once again, as a role of strategic commander, that was my job. I had to protect my people. And when they were signaling to me they wanted help, that was my job to help them.
Okay. And during this conversation, did either Deputy Chief Bell ask for more resources, or did you offer more resources?
I don't recall that happening in that conversation. More resource requests happened continually throughout the event, but I just don't know if that happened in that conversation.
Okay. And so after the early days, the resource requests were not coming directly to you, is that right?
Once the incident commanders were in place at the NCRCC, a lot of those requests would go to the incident commander, and then we would come to myself or my incident commander, and then we would do what we needed to do logistically in the province to try to get those officers to the city of Ottawa.
Okay. If we could pull up OPP 50556. This is an email that I think if we scroll down, I believe Inspector Yunin forwarded you and Superintendent Alakas an email. And if we go further down, this is an email which we saw in evidence this morning from former Chief Slowly to a number of members on his team at 6:30 in the morning of February 5th. Do you recall getting this forwarded email from Inspector Yunin?
I recall Inspector Yunin sending an email as it relates to, I think this is the period of time where it was an email where Chief Slowly was directing a lot of different things that he wanted to see happen. One of those things, Staff Sergeant Gauvin was woken up in the early hours, and the request was for OPP, Public Order Unit, to help clear this particular area. Staff Sergeant Gauvin handled it himself and put them off to saying, like, no, this is not part of our framework, this is not how we operate, and was able to delay that operation.
Okay.
But it was part of a bigger email chain, I believe, on that day.
And if we could just scroll down to the general priorities list there. The number one is surge, contain, and enforce, which I think gets referred to as surge and contain. What did you have a view on sort of whether that was an appropriate strategy at the time, or whether there was a plan in place to affect that?
I certainly had concerns because there was no plan. These were ideas and concepts of what they wanted to happen. But if it didn't come with a plan, I certainly wasn't going to offer OPP support to just do that based on, a one-line email. I understand that was their goal, but there had to be a cogent plan for that to happen. And up to this point, I still hadn't seen one. And so we couldn't allow it to have OPP participate in that.
And so that is something we've heard, and we will hear from a number of witnesses, I think, is the idea that, as my colleague put it this morning, does the plan drive the numbers, or the numbers drive the plan? And so I think you're saying, the OPP isn't going to make more resources available without a plan that it can review. Is that accurate?
Yeah, you have to have a plan to do. It's backwards to do it just by numbers. You have to have a plan, and once you have a plan that your subject matter experts, your incident commanders, your MCICs all agree on, then okay, what human resources do we need to make this plan effective and successful?
Okay, and is that standard practice? Is that always the case, that you wouldn't be offering up OPP resources unless you knew exactly how the local police of jurisdiction planned to use them?
Every situation is different, but certainly my POU commanders are going to want to see an operational plan about what's the intent, what are you going to ask our people to do, how many of them do you need, and what is the expectation of them. Because they want to make sure it matches with our framework, it matches with our organizational values. So they want to be able to have answers to all those things before they ever say yes. So normally that involves seeing a plan.
Okay. But what about the view that, you know, if you send them to Ottawa, at least they're there to be used when there is a plan. If there's a delay, if it's going to take you 2 or 3 or 4 days to get 500 OPP officers to Ottawa, then when you have a plan, you still have to wait 2 or 3 or 4 days.
It's not an appropriate use of our resources. We need to have an idea. What do you want to do with those 500? We'll get them going, but we have to have some idea. Currently, there is absolutely nothing that says what they'll do. Will they do traffic control? Will they do QRT patrols? What do you have them do? I'm not going to bring 500 officers to Ottawa, literally fly them from Suluco all over the province, try to find somewhere for them to stay without having an understanding of what they're doing. And that goes for municipal police services too. They need to have an understanding of what their members are going to do. We're protecting our members. We're not going to send them several hours away and say, go to Ottawa. I really don't know what you're going to do. I really don't know how long you're going to be there. I don't know what to tell you to pack. Just show up there and we'll figure it out when we get there. That's just not how we operate.
Okay. And at this point, this is February 5th, is Inspector Yunin and Staff Sergeant Gauvin, are they still embedded with the OPS planning group as of February 5th?
I believe they're still there trying. I don't know that they're sitting around the table working on it because I feel that their frustrations had boiled over to the point where they just couldn't put pen to paper at that point.
Okay. And did you speak with the commissioner on February 5th?
I'd have to check my notes, but I know I had a couple different calls directly with the commissioner to advise them of what I was seeing and what I've discussed. I just have to look to see the date.
Okay.
If you say that's the day, then
I believe you spoke with him perhaps twice that day, actually. But what concerns were you elevating to the commissioner?
Many of the things you've already heard, the disorganization, inability to have PLT get engaged in what needed to get done, concerns with the incident command structure within the Ottawa Police, and an uncertainty of what role they wanted us to play in supporting their operations, and was really looking for him to engage with Chief Slowly to have those conversations to say, in case you weren't aware, this is what's happening, what can we do to try to resolve it?
Okay. And do you understand that the commissioner did have those discussions with Chief Slowly?
Yep. I know from the one recollection, Commissioner Creek advised that he talked to Chief Slowly, and Chief Slowly told him, yes, PLT is an important part of our plan. We want to embed it in our plan. It's the way forward. And he indicated that he thought that that's what was occurring. And he felt that there was a productive conversation.
Okay. And just generally, sort of how often were you in contact and relaying your observations and concerns to Commissioner Creek?
In the early days, maybe every third or fourth day, we would have a group call and update them on what was occurring. If things were stressing to the point around this period of time, things were getting more stressful. And basically my members, Inspector Baudin, and them were saying, we need to talk to the commissioner about this to let him know what's happening. Then I would ask for those calls to happen. But
Okay. I want to ask you about the Coventry Road enforcement. So if you could just tell us what happened there as far as you understand it.
so the first I learned about it was I've received an invitation to join a Zoom call, video call with Chief Slowly and his command. And apparently he had heard that the OPP PLT team was leaving and he wanted to talk to me about it. I didn't know anything really about that until I got on the call, and then I heard the story, much like Deputy Chief Ferguson told this morning. Essentially, PLT had gone to the Coventry Road site to try to negotiate the removal of some gasoline, and Major Incident Commander Patterson was aware of this and chose to use it as an enforcement opportunity. And when the gas was being driven away, his members pulled the vehicles over, seized the gas, and charged the members. And that caused extreme stress amongst the PLT team, both Ottawa Police Service and OPP PLT members, to the point where the Ottawa Police PLT members just said, you folks, you should go home. Like, we've lost. We've lost any goodwill we were able to reach with some of the convoy organizers or operators was now lost, because there's no way they could not have seen the connection between them trying to negotiate a removal of gas and then being arrested. It was too obvious. So there was much concern about that. But on this call, I learned that Staff Sergeant Ferguson, who was in charge of the Ottawa Police PLT, didn't know that that was Superintendent Patterson's plan all along. They hadn't communicated. It was a shock. It was as much of a shock to him as anybody else.
Okay. And I think you transcribed your recollection of the call in an email. So if we could pull up OPP 401532. And if we can go down just to the top of your email. There we go. So the following is a summary of the OPS video call that Inspector Baudin asked me to participate in on his behalf this evening. So Inspector Baudin wasn't able to make it?
No.
Okay. The next paragraph, I can say that OPS Chief Slowly said numerous times that PLT needs to be embedded and engaged in operations and that it was mission critical that they be. I sensed, however, that they just do not understand how best to utilize PLT. Where did you get that sense from, and where was the disconnect in the organization?
I was having discussions with my own PLT members they had decided on their own to try to pair up with Ottawa Police PLT members. So they were seeing it firsthand. As you heard this morning, the Ottawa Police PLT program is different than the OPP program. Ours is full-time, OPS is part-time. And they seem to be being used more as an intelligence gathering capacity rather than trying to make concessions and figure out what exit plans are. There's more, hey, who's in this truck? Who are you? What are you doing here? It didn't seem to be that measured approach that our PLT members are used to doing. It was more hardtack, you're going to get arrested if you don't get out of here type thing.
Okay. The next paragraph mentions a Dr. Peter Collins who was on the line. Who is Dr. Collins and what role was he playing?
Sure. Dr. Collins is a forensic psychologist. He has worked with the OPP for many years, mainly in the tactical capacity, crisis and negotiator capacity. I've used him when I was in our homicide unit. If I was going to interrogate a person that was to have no mental health problems, I would speak to Dr. Collins to get his perspective on how best to approach a person that may be suffering whatever ailment they were suffering. But he mainly works with the crisis negotiator side of our organization. I understood at some point he was brought into this operation, and he was made aware of this incident, and he wasn't on video. I think he was on the telephone. I didn't see his face anyways on the video call. And those were the comments he gave about the impact this was going to have on the program and on the members that are in the program.
The next paragraph, OPS Command feels that there is a silver lining as the arrests were made away from the fuel depot, so there was not as strong a connection between PLT and the arrests. Did you share that silver lining assessment?
No, no. I have trained PLT investigators that are getting calls from their contacts in the convoy saying, we're not going to talk to you again. Like, this just happened. Why would we ever trust you again? So it was clear that as much as Superintendent Patterson may have hoped that there was a disconnection and then the members could make that connection was made right away.
If we go down to the next paragraph, they then had a long conversation about staffing, and again, Chief Slowly stated that PLT needed to be embedded in all they do. Chief Slowly expects all policing partners will engage in arrests for aiding and abetting the offense of mischief, and if they refuse, then he will call that police service's senior management to ensure they do. Can you sort of describe for us what that captures there?
He was expecting all officers, regardless of who they work for, to effect mischief arrest for members who were believed to be carrying gasoline. That's what he was looking for.
Okay. Oh, is this just in relation to Coventry Road and the gas issue, or is this a larger issue?
No, it was the larger issue.
Okay. But at this point, on February 6th, there's no large operational plan that's ready to be actioned, is there?
There's not.
Okay. And so when you've written down all policing partners, that includes the RCMP, the OPP, any other municipal agencies that were there participating?
When he says all policing partners, I got to believe he means all policing partners, and that's who was there.
Okay. If we go there, the next paragraph, I was not asked to speak on the call. At the end, I was asked to confirm the rumor that OPP PLT was leaving. I explained that it was in fact the OPS PLT members who suggested our PLT folks leave because the Coventry Road fuel arrests had made their jobs untenable, and there seemed to be no use trying any longer using PLT tactics since the trust was broken. So just to be clear, did OPP PLT leave or reduce the numbers in light of this?
We never left, no.
Okay. And then you go on to describe two major operational plans upcoming, and I wonder if you can just take us through 1 and 2 and what was being planned at that time.
Sure. And Chief Slowly was looking for action. Like, what's happening? What are you doing, Superintendent Patterson? So he detailed number 1, he wanted to do a dynamic arrest and takedown at Rideau and Sussex. They planned to do that the following day, but because of lack of assets, they postponed it to possibly Wednesday. And they were going to have a call tomorrow at 9 o'clock. That myself and Superintendent Lackas were invited on, and I was advised that they will work through the top convoy organizers and influencers, and they will pick a few, and there will be planned arrests and extractions tomorrow of those persons. And they wanted PLT engaged in that along with POU teams.
Okay. Did you have a view on either of these two operational plans?
I had a view on both, yes. I didn't agree with either for various reasons. I didn't see a plan for dynamic arrests that were supposed to happen within the next couple of days. There was nothing I could read that how they plan to use the POU, what time a day they plan to do it. I hadn't seen what intelligence or PLT work they'd done on that intersection, understand who was there. I had no understanding of how they plan to get rid of the trucks. There was just a total lack of information on that call anyway, so I couldn't support that. And then basically what he's describing in number 2 are snatch and grabs off the street, which we're normally not associated with. And again, he doesn't speak about time of day. And again, he speaks about involving PLT in them. How are PLT engaged in snatch and grabs? And it's, from my experience, that's not what OPP PLT are involved in. So I certainly right away had concerns for both of those.
Sorry, when you say PLT, like the PLT would actually engage in the arrests?
That was the struggle. All I can see is he said they want PLT engaged. And what aspect or how was unknown. He didn't go into those details on the call.
Okay. And then I believe you spoke with Superintendent Patterson after the call. If you can just describe for us that second call with Superintendent Patterson.
Yes, I had heard that our POU unit had been engaged as part of this Coventry Road exercise. So I contacted Inspector Dave Springer to say, what are we doing there? And he said, we're just here to protect PLT. We're not engaged with the gasoline. We're just making sure nobody gets hurt. And in our conversation, I'd understood that even some of the Ottawa police detectives were uncertain about their legal authorities to do what they were doing. Could they seize the trucks? Could they seize the gas? Could they lay the charges? So I wanted to talk further with Superintendent Patterson to say, where are you getting this authority? I'm assuming you've consulted the Crown Attorney. What has the Crown Attorney told you about this? What has the Crown Attorney told you about your authorities? Do you have a Crown opinion letter that I could have? Because until and if I see that letter, I'm not directing my OPP members to be engaged in this type of activity until I can be certain that the Crown Attorney supports it. Once again, my role as strategic commander is to protect my people from their physical safety, but also their civil liability. I don't want them involved in illegal arrests. It's a difficult thing to make the connection between gasoline and a criminal offense of mischief. So there may be a memo out there, which eventually there was, that the Crown Attorney was able to explain that these types of offenses, as long as you can articulate them correctly, can lead to charges. I had conversations with OPP Senior Command either the next day or 2 days later once I got the letter. And once they saw it and had conversations, I said, no, it's okay. OPP members can participate in this type of activity. So then I had to work with my incident commanders to build a training package for my members to say, okay, here's your authorities, here's how to approach it, even down to the basics about what do you do with the seized gas. You just can't throw it in the trunk of your car, down to that level. But we had to create a system for our own members to understand and educate them.
But as of the evening of February 6th, that level of planning didn't exist for the OPP's POU, correct?
Sorry, the planning for the POE.
The work that you did over the next 2 days to,
Yes.
to ascertain that, this was something you could do and you would plan for what to do with the gas, that work hadn't been carried out, but at the time that you're having this conversation with Superintendent Patterson.
No, I'm just trying to gather information.
Yeah. Okay. If we could pull up OPP 401546, please. So this is an email that you sent, I believe, the following day after the call. If we could scroll down. You sent it to Deputy Harkins and Chief Superintendent Thomas.
Yes.
Deputy, I did not want to mention this on the call with the group, but feel it important for you to have this information. On my call with OPS Command last night, Chief slowly asked his people to send him their resource needs. They told him that they need 250 members a day to run things. Chief slowly told them that if they need 100, he will ask for 200. If they need 200, he will ask for 400. He seemed very comfortable asking for twice what he really needed. He looks at it that the other partner police agencies can't meet the ask number, then Ottawa may still get more than they really need. It was a very strange call to be a part of. Can you sort of tell us how that came about on the call and why you were relaying that information to Deputy Harkins and Chief Superintendent Thomas?
It came near the end of the call. I believe the chief had to leave, so it was one of those, okay, before I leave, this is what I want. So his direction to his members was, I need to know how many people we need to operate and control this event. And if you tell me, like, I don't want to repeat the email, but that's what he's saying. And that was his rationale for saying it. I was surprised only because I thought he knows I'm on the call. Like, he knows I'm here because he welcomed me on the call and we talked about PLT not leaving. So he knows I'm still here, but he's talking about basically doubling the ask he's going to ask from other police agencies in Ontario to support what's happening in Ottawa with no plan. There's no plan to plug these numbers into yet, but these are just random numbers. So I found that strange, and I felt it was important for my chief to be and commissioner to be aware of it, because I knew that higher level meetings were happening with chiefs around Ontario about how they could support Ottawa. And I thought it was important for them to have in the back of their mind about what occurred that night.
Okay. And did you say anything on the call with Chief Slowly and the other members of the OPS at the time?
No, he left the call rather abruptly. He basically said, this is my direction, and then he left the call. And there was a bit of that awkward silence. Like, you could tell the other people knew that, like, Abrams is on this call, which was awkward. But we moved forward after that. There was no direct talk about this doubling of numbers. We never discussed it.
Okay. And again, going back to the issue of numbers driving the plan or plan driving numbers, had that to your knowledge, like had you said it, or to your knowledge, had somebody else said it directly to anybody at OPS? Like, we don't need a number. We don't need a number that's doubled. We need a plan, and you'll get the resources when we have a plan.
I mean, that's essentially the conversations we were having all along with Deputy Bell is, where's the plan? We need an operational plan. And Deputy Bell agreed, like, yeah, we know we need a plan. We're working on a plan. So really the numbers were irrelevant. As we've spoken about, it's about the plan first and the numbers can come later. It may be it's 1,800. As we heard, it was actually more than that. But to ask for all these numbers without a plan and explanation of what they'll be used for seemed odd to me.
Okay. And I think the 7th is the same day that Chief Slowly publicly requested 1,800 officers.
I thought it was the 8th only because I thought, how could a team come up in under 24 hours when they were just told on the 7th to come up with a number, and all of a sudden the number is 1,800 the next day? Like, how did they figure that out in under a day? So I may have my dates wrong, but I thought it was the 8th that the announcement came of the 1,800.
Okay. I believe it's the 7th, but
Okay.
in any event, did you, how did you view that number in light of this conversation?
I viewed it with suspicion.
Okay. And so around this time, the 8th and the 9th, former Chief Superintendent Party became involved in the events. Can you describe how he became involved and what his role was?
I was invited in a call on the morning of the 8th with the Commissioner, Deputy Harkins is on the call, Superintendent McDonnell, and Chief Party. And the Commissioner announced that there was going to be an integrated planning team that would attend Ottawa. He gave us a mission. Essentially, the mission was to help the Ottawa Police restore trust and confidence in their service. Obviously help them with planning to get themselves out of the situation that's occurring in the city of Ottawa. Those were the essentially high-level expectations from this integrated planning team. Ottawa Police would still be the police of jurisdiction. This wasn't a situation where the OPP were coming to take over an incident. That experts would be drawn from other police services to come with Chief Party, subject matter experts in public order, major events, to help Ottawa Police come up with a plan to see this come to an end. I didn't hear where this idea came from. I assumed it was from higher level meetings that Commissioner Creek was a part of. But it was told to me because I was the lone senior officer on the ground up to that point that I would be important to have beside Chief Party to inform him of what had been occurring, because he was the regional commander in North Bay. He didn't really have intimate details of what was happening in Ottawa. So that's why I was placed on the team with him, and then he was given direction to come to Ottawa.
And did you remain part of that team?
Only for a short period of time, I'd say 48 hours at the most. Once it was clear that larger plans were going to be put in place, and at that point, OPP was probably providing around 150 officers a day. We were kind of reaching our capacity in the command post we were in Canada, and it was expected that a much larger number would likely come once the integrated planning team got their work together, and they were under a tight timeline. Like, they wanted to have a plan within 48 hours if possible to get this done. My time was better spent rotating back to coordinating the logistical challenges of getting all those members into Ottawa. So I helped Chief Party out for the first couple of days, and once he was established with his subject matter experts, I rotated back to my role of overseeing a deployment of frontline officers to the city of Ottawa.
Okay. You just mentioned that at this point you're at about 150 officers a day, up from 30 a day maybe a week ago.
We basically went 30, 60, 120. And then obviously on weekends, we always had surge weekends because more people would come on a weekend. So we have to have more numbers for weekends. So we bump up to 156, 160 on a weekend, and then back to 120 on a Monday or a Tuesday, just because there always was a surge of population on a weekend. But yeah, we were around that number when Chief Party arrived.
Okay. But so these numbers had increased in the absence of any sort of concrete operational plan. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. And because there were traffic points that were easy to articulate and the reasons why they needed our people for help. They needed to restrict the flow of traffic into the downtown core, and the traffic points just continue to grow. And they're running out of Ottawa police officers to stick on those traffic points. So in a maintenance phase, you don't necessarily need a super detailed plan to help out on a maintenance phase. They're just essentially holding ground until a plan can be developed. So we were comfortable in deploying those members because I knew exactly what they were supposed to do, exactly what their role was, and I could articulate that to our members. So we felt safe and confident to bring them to town to do that.
Okay. And I understand you attended a couple of early integrated planning team meetings as I guess this transition was happening. What can you tell us about those meetings?
So the first meeting was the evening of February 8th around the 5 o'clock mark. Chief Party had a scribe with them, and normally my general rule of thumb is if there's a scribe in the room and they're taking notes, I won't take notes because they're religiously taking notes. So his scribe took the notes, and we received a presentation from Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson about our concept of operation, that single sheet we saw earlier this morning with the 7 points. Sorry. She displayed that to us and explained that to us, and then we had general discussions about how they felt about an integrated team, and does she think it has value, and just had those kind of discussions about what was happening and how this integrated team could help them move forward.
Okay. And what did you sense the reception of the integrated team was like on the OPS side?
Deputy Ferguson was very much in support of it. I think she explained Chief Soley was supposed to be on the call, but he had an emergent issue he had to deal with that night, so he wasn't able to be on the call. There was some technical issues being at our CMP headquarters. Not everybody who wanted to be on the call could be on the call at that time, but we gained very good ground. We had good conversations. We requested, Deputy Ferguson stated that they were just finishing up a larger concept of operational plan. It just wasn't quite ready yet. She indicated it'd be ready the next morning. So the plan was for her to come again and show us the more broader expanded plan the following morning on the 9th.
Okay. And did that happen?
No, Chief Party called me early in the morning to say that he'd heard from Acting Deputy Ferguson that it wasn't quite ready yet. They were just finishing it up, and that they would prefer if we attended downtown Elgin Street around the lunch hour.
Okay. And can you describe that meeting for us?
Certainly. It was in a boardroom on the second floor at Ottawa Police Headquarters. Chief Slowly was present, the two deputies were present, a few inspectors, Superintendent Patterson was present. Council Huno, I apologize if I don't pronounce her name correctly, she was present. And it was myself, Chief Party, Inspector from York Regional Police, Tim's his first name, I apologize, I can't think of his last name. Superintendent from the RCMP, Phil Liu, and Staff Sergeant Darwin Tetro. And we all sat in one line on one table. Chief Soley sat at the head of the table, flanked by his deputies. They spoke kind of acting Deputy Chief Ferguson gave a presentation on the expanded concept of operations and what that looked like. After that presentation, Chief Slowly turned to me directly, which I was surprised because I just happened to be the first OPP in the line. Chief Party was next to me on my right. And in a clearly unhappy fashion expressed his unhappiness with the fact that the Solicitor General reported there was 1,500 OPP officers in his city when clearly there was not. And he was quite upset about that. I explained to him that I was the one who provided numbers. On the 2nd of February, I was asked by the Soldier's office to provide a document to show how many OPP members were in the city of Ottawa. Clearly, there was more than just frontline officers. We had public order officers, we had intelligence officers, we had PLT members, we had logistical officers, traffic members. So my team created a chart, daily chart from the beginning to that period, 2nd of February, with rows and columns delineating POU and traffic, and then a total for each day, and then a total cumulative. I want to say the cumulative total at that point was 826, could be 862. It was around that number. And I stated that each day moving forward was going to average about 125 a day. And I submitted that to my chief superintendent. I never saw the numbers again. So I explained to Chief Sloy that I didn't explain to Chief Sloy in that detail. I just said, I'm the one who submitted the numbers. In my opinion, I think that a Solgen media staffer just maybe crafted a bad sentence. The intent was not to say there was 1,500 literally that day. The intent was to say it was cumulative. Chief Sloy again became upset and basically said, don't explain the politics of the Solgen's office to me. I know that was done intentionally. And I just said, I can't speak to that. I just provided the numbers, and we moved on.
Okay. And was there a discussion about Rideau and Sussex at this meeting as well?
There was. So we were provided, I want to say it was a 3-page document by Superintendent Patterson that detailed kind of his daily plan. It was weekly, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, and what they planned to do. They were dynamic actions primarily, and one of them was supposed to happen that evening at 11 o'clock. So he detailed that and basically just kind of left it there to say, as if for us to say, okay. So sensing no one else in the room was speaking, I started to ask some direct questions to Superintendent Patterson to say, what are you going to do with the trucks? What's your plan with the trucks? He had 2 plans with the trucks. One plan was to use retired Ottawa police members to drive them out of there. He indicated they'd been there for quite a period of time. Many of them had been chained and altered to kind of make it difficult to tow them. I'm not a diesel mechanic, but you probably need mechanic skills to get them started again. And he indicated, well, if that didn't work, I'd use the Canadian Armed Forces tow trucks to tow them. And I said, have you asked for an aid to the civil power from the federal government? And Superintendent Patterson indicated that he didn't require that. That wasn't necessary. So then I asked, because I knew through those weeks, that week, I was getting regular phone calls from my PLT, as I've described, about their frustrations of not being able to get engaged, no autonomy, no connection. I asked, has PLT been engaged in this plan, this takedown plan? And Superintendent Patterson said they had. I knew they hadn't. So that concerned me. So I told them directly, I said, I'm not a public order unit commander, but based on what I'm seeing and what I've just heard, you will never see OPP support for any operation tonight or tomorrow based on what I'm reading. And literally, it's 2 lines on a page to take down a whole intersection. There's no idea of, no indication anyway at that meeting, is there children in the car? How many people are in each truck? That wasn't told to us at that meeting. It was essentially, they were looking for us to agree. And I wasn't comfortable. I had to ask the questions because it was dangerous for my members. That's what I'm being paid to do, protect our members and our organization. And it was at nighttime. Only in emergent extreme situations will we ever do public order exercise in the dark. We don't operate in the dark. It's too dangerous for our members, too dangerous for the public. So there was so many reasons why I could never support it. So that's why I had to ask the direct questions I did.
And how was it left at the end of the meeting?
Then we transitioned, and Chief Party and RCMP members then piped in to basically say to Chief Sloly, maybe you should pump the brakes and slow down a bit and allow, this is Darwin Tetro talking now, he had coordination for a public order unit in the RCMP. I can get you bodies here to Ottawa, but it's going to take some time. Give me a week. We can get you 400 people here. And that really seemed to trigger Chief Sloly. He became very passionate, a raised voice again, and basically said that the head of the Hydra is in Ottawa, and we needed to cut the head of the Hydra off in Ottawa. Sorry, I'll back up quickly. We also talked about the impacts around the country, that this isn't just an isolated incident. We have Coutts, Alberta, we have Ambassador Bridge. There's more events that happen, and I think Superintendent Morris called it the rubber band effect or elastic effect. One event that happened in one part of the country has immediate effect on another. And we tried to bring that to his attention. He didn't want to hear that. His focus was on his city, which he's the chief of the city. I can't say I blame him. But he was very passionate about, he didn't like to hear that. He didn't like to hear about a delay, and essentially said, I want you to promise me that you will get 400 RCMP or POU members here, or I will go to the minister. He never named the minister by name. He just said the minister.
Did you speak privately with any OPS members after that meeting about this, the Rideau and Sussex plan in particular?
Immediately after the meeting, Chief Slowly left the room rather quickly, and Acting Deputy Ferguson, she was seated to my left. She grabbed my elbow and she just pulled me to the side, and she thanked me for asking the questions I asked, because they were almost the same or very similar questions that she had been asking all along and was not able to get answers for. And then a day later, I received a text message from Deputy Bell saying that he appreciated my direct questions and felt it helped move the issue along.
Okay. And then just very briefly, what was your role after this? This was the last of your sort of involvement in the integrated planning team. Is that correct?
Essentially, I returned to the headquarters after that meeting. We debriefed the meeting and we talked about how dangerous what we just heard was, how we could never support what we heard, and how there was a need to start an integrated plan. But I'm not a public order SME, so my role was to get back and deal with the hundreds of OPP officers that I had to deploy onto the street, non-POU frontline members. Chief Barty had the SMEs he needed, and my job was to basically make what he needed from his plan from a frontline perspective happen. So I moved to our command post and allowed him and his planning team to do the work they needed to do.
Okay. You talked just a minute ago about sort of events around the country, and so I want to ask you a little bit about Windsor. You had a few discussions with Superintendent Dana Early there. Is that correct?
I don't recall speaking to Dana directly, no.
Okay. You don't recall having conversations with her?
No.
Okay.
I recall sending messages of support to another MCIC, Inspector Needham, just about the good work they were doing in the Ambassador Bridge. But I don't recall ever having direct conversations with Superintendent Early.
Okay. Well, Superintendent Early has recorded that in her notes, so perhaps we'll pull those up
Sure.
and see if that helps you. If I could get OPP 404543. And well, I did not. It's February 10th. I don't have the page number. We'll have to scroll down. I apologize. Page 33. Sorry.
There is no 33.
Oh, it may be. OPP 404543. It's February 10th. I'm looking at 1021 on February 10th. So there we are. I guess probably on the next page, 2 pages. She takes quite detailed notes.
Apparently better than myself.
Okay, there we are. Call from Craig Abrams to confirm resources. And so I guess we're now 1021 on February 10th. I don't know if that helps situate you, helps you recall whether you had a call with her.
In my original notes on page 52 on the 10th of February, I just have her name Dana with a slash. I don't have any information. So
Okay.
clearly we did connect at some point, but I wasn't able to detail what we discussed.
And so she records the call. So call from Craig Abrams to confirm resources. Ottawa has been sending resource sheets to EOC. Advised Abrams, Windsor is priority according to deputy. Do you recall Superintendent Early telling you that?
I can't say that I do.
Okay.
I'm not saying she didn't. I just can't recall.
If we go further down at 10:28, I think you're sort of giving her some advice. Abrams advised, 10:28, advised Abrams, Windsor has told us this is now ours. Do you remember hearing that from Superintendent Hurley at all?
I don't know if I heard it from Dana, but I knew that there had been an agreement that the OPP was going to take over the operations in Windsor. I just can't say that I heard that from Dana.
And then the second entry of 10:28, Abrams advised, that's easier. Ottawa doesn't like PLT nightmare. This will allow you to make your own plan. Ottawa is just trucks on side streets, not affecting livelihoods. Is she recording what you're saying to her at that point?
I gotta assume so. It seems pretty detailed. I recall because the comment about making things easier certainly is a lot easier. As I discussed, we were kind of attached at the hip with Ottawa Police. We could only move forward as fast as they were willing to move forward as the police jurisdiction. If she was now in a situation in Windsor where she could essentially control the event, it made her job a lot easier to be able to just move forward without having to work with the police jurisdiction directly.
Okay, and I want to ask you about the Ottawa is just trucks on side streets, not affecting livelihoods. Is that a view that you held or that you had heard sort of espoused within the OPP?
Yeah, it's not a view I held because I was on the street. I visited my members on the street and I talked to my members and I talked to store owners who described being accosted because they're wearing masks and the difficulties they were having in their businesses. So I knew that there was impacts on businesses. Whether I had those meetings with business owners after this conversation or before, I can't recall for sure. But it's not a position I espoused because there was clearly effect on the residents in that area. I think I may have been commenting more because I talked to other members about this. If you drove the 417 through Ottawa or used any streets south of the 417, you'd never know what was happening in Ottawa. Ottawa seemed to be functioning as per normal outside of that core area. So I may have been reflecting on my experience driving around the city of Ottawa kind of unimpeded with no real traffic problems generally south of the 417, but clearly lots of effects and impacts in the downtown core.
Right, okay. And again, just kind of backing up one more step, you're not aware of the OPP having prioritized sending resources to Windsor over Ottawa for, I guess, economic reasons.
I never had conversations about priorities. It was more about, we have this many members tied up in Windsor, so we can only send you this many. It wasn't about making Windsor a priority over Ottawa that was ever communicated to me that I'm aware of.
Okay. I just want to ask you a last series of questions about the Emergencies Act and its invocation. And I understand you learned on February 17th about the creation of the red zone in Ottawa. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your understanding that was only made possible by the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
It was my understanding through reading Twitter accounts and media releases that Ottawa Police had indicated to the public that the red zone was created as a result of the Emergency Act, that the restriction of movement, the subsequent stoppage of vehicles to determine if they had lawful authority to be in that controlled area that they described was based on authorities obtained under the Emergency Act, yes.
Okay. And did you have experience and had you advised officers that there were existing authorities, or you had done it previously without the Emergencies Act?
We had talked prior, because prior to this date on the 17th, our members were doing traffic enforcement, but more in an observation capacity, looking for criminality that may be obvious or vehicles that may look like they want to block a roadway. So we had a formal education package. The EMCPA was in authority at that period of time, so we educated them on the provincial EMCPA Act. That gave them some authorities. And we educated them on their normal Highway Traffic Act authorities, their normal criminal code authorities, about their ability to stop traffic, determine what they're doing, and the ability to turn them around or make arrests if they feel they have the reasonable grounds to do so. I did a lot of the briefings with the members to explain their authorities, and I tried to explain it in as simple terms as I could, to say you're all police officers, you all understand your authorities to make arrests, you all have, you understand the concept of discretion, and these authorities are available to you here just like they are back at your home detachments. Nothing has changed. So this is prior to the 17th. So they knew they had those abilities. If they saw something, they could act. They didn't need the Emergency Act to do it. But then when the Emergency Act was invoked and there was restrictions placed and guidelines is the wrong word, but restrictions or regulations put in place about boundaries and certain street boundaries and entry into those boundaries, and that members of the public entering that area had to have 3 or 4 different excuses, either a lawful purpose, a business owner, going to a hotel. So there was 3 or 4 different areas that they were allowed to. So my officers were then expected to essentially do that. So it turned from what was officers really observing traffic to, once the act was invoked, I went downtown to see what our members were dealing with. And it was essentially a 14 to 15 hour ride program. Our members rode in horrible weather, standing on the roadside, checking vehicles, going through the list. Where are you going? What are you doing? Why are you traveling here? Do you have a reason to go here? And then turning around vehicles that may need to be turned around.
Okay. And the government revoked the Emergencies Act on February 23rd, and you were asked by your members, what can we continue to do? What did you tell them?
Right. So it wasn't necessarily an ask. So I was sitting in the command post. I saw our Prime Minister on the television revoke the act, and I looked at my watch and I knew I was less than an hour away from briefing 300 close to officers that were going to go on the street that night. And I knew they're going to want to know what can we do, boss? Essentially, they could see the TV as well as I could. So I had to really consider what are our lawful authorities to do what we're doing minus the act, the Emergencies Act. So I looked at what we were doing prior. I looked at our common law authorities to stop vehicles. It was a very restricted area. We'd literally just cleared the streets almost less than 24 hours before. How could we ever just turn the streets back over again that we just secured less than 24 hours? We've got to have a presence and still maintain some presence of restriction in some capacity. So I tried to call Chief Party. He was my kind of commander, and just to run it by him to make sure I was on the right track. Unfortunately, he was tied up. I think that announcement caught everybody by surprise, so the phones were ringing. So I appeared before them, and that's essentially what I explained to them. I said, use your discretion, but we're going to continue to stop vehicles until and as such time as I'm told that the lawful authority doesn't exist anymore. The emergency has passed. And at the end of the day, the next morning, that's what had happened. Meetings were held, and it was agreed. There was no intelligence to indicate that convoy participants were going to return. Therefore, that common law authority that we base our authorities on didn't exist anymore. There was no emergent need. There was no intelligence to support us stopping vehicles. So the direction was made to now fall back to an observation mode again. On that first evening, when I gave that direction to continue to stop, we stopped 11 vehicles that were convoy related, according to my members, that wanted to get back into the zone that we just cleared. So I was glad that we continued it that evening. They gave lots of excuses. They wanted to pick up an old hockey net that was left behind, but who knows, maybe that was accurate, maybe not. But the count was 11 vehicles that we turned aside. And after conversations the next day with Chief Party and council, we agreed the authority didn't exist anymore. So we went back to pre-emergency act and developed an observational posture.
We're almost out of time. I have two final questions for you. The first is, as somebody who had an early vantage of the Freedom Convoy and the preparations, can you give us a very short list of sort of what went well and what could have been improved upon in preparing for the arrival of the convoy?
From an OPP perspective or an Ottawa Police perspective?
From your perspective as somebody who observed him coming into the city.
I thought the OPP role on the initial convoy arrival in Ottawa went very smoothly. We had minor issues in our smaller communities with members not obeying the mask mandates. We had some restaurants who just choose to ignore the mandates altogether, but overall, we had no assaults, we had no criminality, wasn't aware of any charges being laid. They said what they would do. They kept to one lane. They entered the city of Ottawa in an orderly fashion. We had minor issues with supporters on the roadside on the 417 getting kind of dangerously close to the side of the highway, which was a concern, but that wasn't convoy. The convoy participants couldn't control that. They did what they said they would do. And they didn't damage any highways. They didn't cause any criminality. So from that perspective, it was a success in getting them into the city of Ottawa. From an OPP, that was our mission. That was our goal for that period of time, to have the convoy come through OPP policed areas without a blockage of a highway, without assaults or damage and injury to the public. And we were successful in all those areas.
Okay, and I guess the reverse side of that question is, what would you say to the suggestion that this could have been avoided if the OPP had more actively inserted itself or actively offered support, maybe no strings attached, maybe here's people, show us the plan later, that might have avoided the situation?
I'm not a subject matter expert in public order. I'm not a subject matter expert in critical incident command or MCIC. If you're asking me for my opinion, I'll give it to you, but I'm not a highly trained public order manager. But certainly, if you could go by the intelligence and do an intelligence-led assessment of what was coming to your city, I think there was ways to block streets, move. I don't think you could ever stop them coming to the city at all. That was a foregone conclusion. They were coming to Ottawa. It would have been a matter of how can we lessen the impact to our city? Can we divert them to other areas of the city that have less impact? Can we divert them somewhere and then they go and they protest on foot as opposed to protesting in what is essentially a mobile house? Once it's in one place, it's hard to move. Monday morning quarterbacking is an easy thing. I don't like to do that, but you asked me a question. I think that's a way that perhaps, just like Toronto did, but Toronto admitted that they learned from the lessons of Ottawa, and that's why they blocked roads and were able to clear the Queen's Park area the way they did so effectively. So hindsight is always 20/20. So that's my humble submission, but I'm not naive enough to know that that is clearly with hindsight and knowledge that I would never had at the beginning.
Thank you, Superintendent. Those are my questions.
Okay. Well, thank you, Superintendent. That's very useful, and the bad news is we want you back tomorrow.
Certainly.
So we're going to adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning, and if everything goes right, you should be out before lunch.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We'll rise till 9:30.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée. The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning, bonjour. So we have Superintendent Abrams. If you could come forward, please. Okay, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you.
Okay, so the first up, I believe, is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good morning, Superintendent. My name is David Michikowski. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Police Service. How are you?
Good, sir, thank you.
One of the things you mentioned yesterday, and I believe it's also in your notes as well, is that police actions in Ottawa, you indicated, can have a provincial and a national impact. So there's a need for the police to be measured and careful in their approach to dealing with the protesters. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And how the police treat the protesters, I take it, from the time they arrive in Ottawa to the time they leave, will therefore be expected to have an impact both in Ottawa and nationally.
That's what I believe, yes.
And I believe you said that once the convoy was en route to Ottawa, and some people had come from, the West Coast, far away, there was no way that you could just cause them to turn around and go home without making their statement in Ottawa somehow, correct?
I don't recall stating that, but I think I stated that they're committed in their goal of attending Ottawa, clearly, because they left their homes thousands of kilometers away, and their intent was to attend Ottawa.
And the practice of the police prior to the Freedom Convoy and previous protests was to let groups come to town and protest, even if it would cause significant traffic disruption and inconvenience to residents, as long as it was peaceful and not engaging in criminality. Is that fair?
Obviously, not being a member of the Ottawa Police Service, they dealt with the majority of those protests. In my role with the provincial police, I can't say that I've had to deal with that type of event, but in general terms, I would agree. When people exercise their charter rights, there's certainly going to be some disruptions to members of the public while that's being done. But generally, in most circumstances, that disruption is short-lived, in my experience.
Right, but if somebody says, I'm coming to protest for 1 day, or I'm coming to protest for 3 days, but it's going to be peaceful and there's no criminality, you let them protest. Fair enough?
There certainly would be lots of planning. That's what we talk about, pre-event planning, trying to speak to the organizers, come up to agreements to make sure everybody's on the same page. I've not been involved in agreements where we have allowed protests that lasted multiple days. And that's just been my experience. I haven't been involved in that, so I can't really speculate or answer whether I would approve something like that or not.
The OPP has dealt with long-term protests.
As an organization, we have, yes.
Sorry?
As an organization, we have, yes.
Right, you personally have not.
No.
And some of those demonstrations went on for long periods, had injunctions that...
The longest period I was involved in was the 3-week protest at the Tynega Rail Blockades in 2020.
The Hendon reports, as I recall, indicated that the groups did espouse peaceful protest, although there were concern about fringe groups and lone wolves. Is that right?
Sounds accurate, yes.
And the reports from the PLTs prior to the convoy arriving in Ottawa had been that they were peaceful and cooperative with police in other jurisdictions?
That's what I recall, yes.
And the reports from Hendon did not indicate honking horns or idling engines or harassment or antisocial behavior or fireworks. Is that fair?
The only thing I would say is there was some reports of antisocial behavior in respect to perhaps not abiding by mask mandates within the province of Ontario. But outside of that, I would agree with your statement, yes.
And blocking the access to the Wellington Street or to a large chunk or to chunks of downtown could have meant that the trucks would go elsewhere, you said, in the city.
Yes.
And that would mean, though, potentially that the footprint could be bigger and there could be more disruption in residential neighborhoods. Fair?
Certainly, it's a large city, so wherever the trucks are going to park, there's going to be disruption wherever they tend to park, for sure.
And because peaceful protest is lawful, and because of the need to take a measured approach, the OPP, as I understand it, is a huge proponent of the use of PLTs.
We very much are, yes.
They connect with groups, they get contacts, they form relationships.
Correct.
And in fact, the OPP PLTs here did have their PLTs connect with the protesters well prior to arrival, correct?
Yes, many of the convoy organizers, they connected when they arrived within the province of Ontario.
And those PLT who were in contact with the protesters were not, I take it, telling them the message, you better not come to Ottawa, you're not welcome, right? They were trying to establish relationships because they understood it to be a peaceful protest.
Correct. Many times our PLTs will message what you stated, but also message the importance of understanding the law. Sometimes they'll educate them on the law and make sure they understand, you know, when you attend, this is what the expectation is, this is what the laws will be in relation to your behaviors. So many times PLT will be part of that messaging to make sure that all participants are aware of their responsibilities and expectations of their behaviors.
And in fact, consistent with that role, the PLTs assisted the convoy in arriving safely in Ottawa.
I would agree, just through conversation that allowed more structured movement of vehicles, which made things ultimately safer. I would agree with that. And
I think you said you'd read the Hendon reports and you became involved, if I have that right, on January 24th as the OPP's strategic commander in charge of policing?
Yes, I became the strategic commander in charge of the OPP's portion of the event, which was what we saw at that time as a traffic event involving the vehicles traveling through our jurisdiction into the city of Ottawa.
And you set up an emergency operations center that involved traffic, communications, PLTs.
Correct.
And the plan focused on traffic along the highways from the convoy, correct?
It focused on the traffic and also what impacts they may have in the communities that they overnighted in.
And the 400 series of highways, I believe you said, the OPP has jurisdiction on?
That's correct.
And that is the 417, of course, leads directly into Ottawa downtown, correct? It's becomes the Queensway in
yes.
Ottawa. And what you and your team did, as I understand it, was ensure that there was a safe flow of traffic and that they could arrive safely. And you and your team took steps to coordinate planning of that with the Ottawa Police.
That's correct.
And so you liaised with Deputy Chief Bell?
Yes.
And he was cooperative in your interactions with him?
Very much so. We agreed that our traffic inspectors would connect with each other and they would do the bulk of the work to do the coordination.
And so you had an inspector, I believe her name was Dawn Ferguson, and you had a staff sergeant, Lisa Nicholson, coordinate with the Ottawa Police.
Correct. Lisa Nicholas was her last name, but they helped coordinate, yes.
And Inspector Ferguson, we have a lot of Fergusons in this case, but Inspector Dawn Ferguson of the OPP was the officer assigned to be the representative of the OPP. And then I understand she worked with the OPS and others at the NCRCC, correct?
That's correct.
And she was there as of January 25th, so a few days before the protesters arrived.
Sounds accurate.
And Staff Sergeant Nicholson, did you say? Nicholas, I'm sorry, was placed at a separate OPS command center outside of, with the Ottawa Police, is that correct?
Yes, I believe Staff Sergeant Nicholas, she kind of moved between the two locations. There was kind of a traffic hub that had MTO cameras that Staff Sergeant Nicholas would work with our MTO partners and Ottawa Police partners at. And she would also make her way over to the NCRCC as well. So she kind of worked in both locations.
And she assisted Inspector Ferguson.
She did. Inspector Ferguson relied on some assistance from Staff Sergeant Nicholas, so she helped assist her in different ways.
And the OPP worked with the OPS to control Highway 17 coming into Ottawa and make sure that you didn't have blockades on the highway.
That's correct.
And your team, along with the OPS team, wanted to make sure that trucks didn't just abandon their vehicles on the 417 on the Queensway in downtown Ottawa, but that they safely got off and were staged somewhere.
Correct. And we wanted, obviously, when we talk about safety, it's not just safety of the convoy participants, it's safety of the motoring public who are using the highway. And we didn't close the highway, so the highway was open to normal traffic, so we had to make sure that we were ensuring the safety of the general motoring public as well.
One of the things, and I can turn up the document if you need it, but I think you said this yesterday, was you talked about Chief Slowly on the weekend of the February 5th weekend, the 4th, 5th, wanting to, and again, I think the following weekend as well, wanting to shut down all the 417 off-ramps. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And Inspector Ferguson, as I understand, said in one of those emails, we'll do our best to help the convoys to the identified exits, but the OPP is not going to permanently close any 417 exits unless there's an immediate threat to public safety. And there wasn't, correct?
Correct.
And so the OPP did not exercise its power to close all the exits to downtown as a result.
That's correct.
And you instead controlled access so that they could come in safely.
Correct. And just so we're clear, I apologize if I misunderstood your question. The permanent shutdown that Chief Slowly spoke about and us selectively picking off-ramps for the convoy to come in were on separate dates.
Right. But you did make clear that, and I believe she says it in her email, we will not permanently close all the exits unless there's an immediate public safety risk. And there isn't.
Correct. Certainly, we wanted to not disrupt the general motoring public as little as possible. That was the idea. So we would close ramps as needed, and then as soon as we could, we would reopen them so that the normal flow traffic, traffic could continue.
Sure. And because if you close everything, it not only affects the convoy, but it affects everyone else.
Sure
all
does.
of the residents, trucks that have legitimate business downtown delivering goods and supplies, other motorists, residents who have a need to be in that downtown core, correct?
I would agree, yes.
And we saw one of the Hendon reports had pictures of some heavy equipment, an air compressor and an ATV.
Yes.
And you didn't receive any instructions, I take it, to stop those transports or to inspect them or to not let them into the city, did you?
I never received instructions like that, no.
And some of those, and there were only a couple of pieces of heavy equipment that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And some of those may well have come into the city on a 400 series highway.
Correct.
If we could please turn up OPP 0774, please. Which are your, I don't know if you have the hard copy of it.
I do.
You do. So it's your January 25th notes.
Yes.
And it is page 3E of 167 in the PDF. And so this is January 21st, and you'll, January 25th, I apologize. And you'll see at 8:30, you request someone with the Ministry of Transport of Ontario to see if they plan to use weigh scales for convoy trucks, correct?
Correct.
and the MTO has no plans to do so, correct?
Correct.
And so one of the things that perhaps could have prevented some of that heavy equipment or some of those vehicles was to have waste stations opened along the highway, correct? But the MTO decided not to do that.
I just wanted to see if that was part of their plan, and I was advised that it was not.
Okay. And if I could please ask you to look at, again, this is in your, it's not in your notes, I apologize. It's OPP 0773. Thanks. That's, as you recall, is the will say statement that you prepared, I believe, in March of 2022.
Correct.
And so you prepared that at the time when the events were pretty clear in your mind. You had just finished dealing with the convoy, correct?
Correct.
And you'd read the Hendon reports back in January, correct?
I did.
And so if we could please look at page 2 of that of the PDF of that. And on the third bullet, you indicate it became clear on January 29th that many of the convoy participants had plans to stay for a long period of time. And the convoy had attracted thousands to the downtown port, correct?
Yes.
And then if we also look, if we could scroll down to the bottom of the page. Sorry, just go up a bit. I'm sorry, go to the, sorry, a little bit, go up to the top again if you don't mind. And sorry if you could go to the following page as well. Yeah, just a little bit higher. Thank you very much. You'll see in the bullet that we have on the screen, on February 2nd, it then became clear that this event was no longer a traffic-related event, correct?
Correct.
In your notes, and again, we can turn them up, but if you recall, then I don't need you to. But I know in your notes of February 5th, and it's on page 28 of your notes, but you have a note that the chief is in charge and won't change it.
I'm sorry, so page 28?
I thought it was, I was trying to also give you your, but I'll. It is, I believe, page 28 of your notes. Which is February 5th. And it is on page 28, which is the second page.
Yeah.
And do you see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you just explain that? What did you mean the chief is in charge and won't change it?
So if we go back, this is part of a teleconference I was involved in where Inspector Jason Unan is kind of giving us an overview of an email that was sent by Chief Slowly. And and giving kind of an overview of what he saw and the context of what Chief Slowly's email had to say. And so these are Inspector Union's words to me saying that there was Major Critical Incident Commander Superintendent Dunlop, but no major incident commander. No one was in charge. The chief is in charge and will not change that, wants lockdown. So these are Inspector Union's words being relayed to me and me making notes.
And so what he's saying is this is a problem that Chief Slowly is saying he has to be in charge of this. No one else is. Is that right?
This is Inspector Union's interpretation of
What's going on.
Yes.
Thank you. And the following on page 29 of your notes as well, you also have a note that Commissioner Carrick must become engaged with need to display, I did a measured approach. Inspector Carrick needs to become engaged with Slowly over members and risks with his unreasonable demands. And what were those unreasonable demands that were being referred to?
So Inspector Union's briefing to us, he spoke about what Chief Slowly was asking, not only of his members, but what appeared to be also partner agencies, which included the OPP. So there was talk about wanting all streets barricaded and contained. And these were activities that I was not comfortable with our members being involved in, and it caused me great concern. So on this call, I expressed that we needed to communicate with Commissioner Creek so that he could become aware of this direction by Chief Slowly through Chief Slowly's email. And then perhaps Commissioner Creek and Chief Slowly could have a conversation because I felt that these were unreasonable demands, and I directed my Inspector Ferguson that if there was a request for OPP to be a part of any of this, it was not to happen. It was to come through myself before many OPP members would become engaged in the types of activity that I'd heard about.
And I just have two further questions. On February 6th in your notes, and you've actually put an asterisk on it, and just for the benefit of those who are following it online, it is page 28 of 167 of the PDF, but I don't need you to call it up. You indicate at the bottom, lack of autonomy to make decisions. Who's that a reference to?
So further up in the notes at 1543, I'm speaking with Inspector Marcel Baudin, who's our PLT coordinator, who the commission will hear from as a witness. And he's describing his members' experiences on the ground in Ottawa and that inability to make decisions and be given autonomy to do their work. Sorry, go ahead.
I apologize, okay. I didn't mean to cut you off.
So that was very concerning for him and for his team because that's what they do. Their job is to get engaged with protesters. In this case, it was convoy protesters, establish relationships, determine what their goals are, how can we facilitate an exit, what does an exit look like, all those activities, trying to obtain those win-win situations where it's a bit of a give and take amongst protesters and PLT to try to establish rapport and trust with each other. And they weren't able to do any of that. And I can only imagine if that's your sole job and you're being prevented from being able to do that, that it can be frustrating. So
right.
In my role as strategic commander, I was asked to see what I could do to deconflict that or resolve that because that was their concern. They weren't allowed to make decisions.
And you understood that lack of autonomy was as a result of Chief Slowly's direction, as I understood.
That's what I was informed of, correct.
But in your dealings with Deputy Chief Bell and Deputy Chief Ferguson, they appeared to welcome the assistance of the OPP and they were cooperative with you and engaged with you. Is that fair?
Very much so, yes.
And finally,
Kowski, you're well over time, so I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Sure. Last question then. You talked about the PLTs, and you understood that Staff Sergeant John Ferguson was in charge of the PLTs in Ottawa. Is that right?
For the Ottawa Police, correct.
Right. And you understood that he too was frustrated with the lack of involvement of the PLTs. He was supporting what the OPP was wanted to
I
have.
understood that, yes.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next up are the convoy organizers.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner. Good morning, Superintendent ABRAMS, and good morning, my friends. My name is Bathsheba Vandenberg, and I am counsel representing Freedom Corp and protesters. Thank you for your service, Superintendent, and for your forthwith testimony so far. I have a few questions for you this morning.
Certainly.
You mentioned yesterday in your testimony that the PLT use a snatch and grab method, correct?
No, they do not use that method. I believe in my testimony yesterday, I indicated that Major Critical Incident Commander Superintendent Patterson wanted to do snatch and grabs and wanted PLT assistance with that. And that actually was one of my main concerns because our PLT units are not used in that fashion ever. So actually it's the opposite of your suggestion.
So you can confirm that the method of snatch and grab was not used between February 6th and 10th of 2002 to 2022, rather?
Oh, no, I can't confirm that. Those operations would have been done by Ottawa Police Service if they did them. My purpose in communicating to Superintendent Patterson was if him and his service wished to do that, there would be no OPP support in doing so. They may have occurred, but if they did occur, they would have been done by the Ottawa Police Service without OPP member participation.
I want to speak with you about what snatch and grab means. You agree that it means police officers lined up in a horizontal line and in their riot gear, right?
That's not how I see it. Snatch and grab is not a policing term, to be honest, that I'm familiar with as far as a technique that we're taught or instructed on. When I heard Superintendent Patterson explain that, he didn't explain it in great detail. I pictured in my mind it was trying to locate certain individual persons who may have reasonable grounds to be arrested, and essentially, when they're located, grab them off the street wherever they're located and arrest them under those authorities. That's how I viewed what snatch and grab was. I did not view it as a group activity. It was more an individual activity.
You would agree, though, that it does involve grabbing protesters, is that correct?
No, well, I mean, the individual person may be a protester themselves, but I pictured an operation where officers are going out looking for one particular person or persons on a list, but not the persons aren't together in a group. And if an opportunity arose, they would effect an arrest of that singular person.
Thank you. Was this method, to the best of your knowledge, used after the Emergencies Act was invoked?
I can't speak to that because I wasn't connected with the Ottawa Police operations at that level.
You mentioned in your testimony yesterday that you only found out about the creation of the red zone on February 17th. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct through media that was posted on Ottawa Police Twitter and some media releases that were released by Ottawa Police where they spoke about the formation of this red zone.
Is it true that you also found out on the same date of February 17th that there would be 900 officers reporting at 6 a.m. the following morning, Friday morning, February 18th, for deployment?
So yeah, yes, but if I could expand on that answer a little bit to add some context to it. So the evening, the date was February 19th, you're indicating?
In the evening of the February 17th, that you
17th.
found out that at 6 a.m. the next morning on February 18th, that there'd be 900
I
officers.
believe the
deployed.
17th was a Thursday, am I correct?
The 17th was a Thursday evening,
Correct.
that's correct.
So the next date was a planned large public order unit deployment, which was the first time we would have seen a large number of public order unit members on the street. And my people's role, the people I was in control of, would be to be at traffic points to help contain and control any ground that public order units were able to clear. And late that evening, I believe it was around 10 o'clock, 50 RCMP members attended our OPP command post and indicated that they were reporting to our location starting the next morning, along with Ottawa Police. And that was concerning to me only because I was already deploying close to 500 to 600 of my own members. And if we added Ottawa Police and RCMP, that would be 900 members. And we would not physically be able to get that many members onto the street in time to support the operation that was planned for the next day.
So was it, in your professional opinion, that there was insufficient time to properly brief these 900 police officers prior to them being deployed on the ground?
There would not have been sufficient time to brief them and get them on the ground. So that's why that evening, as a team, I gathered my incident commander, Ottawa Police Service supervisors were on our command post helping us with telecommunications. And I gathered them in a group and we all said, we have to solve this problem because we're literally hours away from a major operation. So collaboratively and together, we all agreed on a solution so that we did not have to deal with that issue the next morning. And we were able to get officers deployed in a reasonable amount of time.
Was the name of this major operation Operation Takedown?
I was never aware of what the public order unit operation name was. I just knew that there was a public order operation happening the next morning, but I wasn't familiar with the name of it.
As per the Ontario Police Services Act Regulations 926, all police officers, including public order unit members performing active duty, shall have an up-to-date use of force qualification within the last 12 months. Is that correct?
I believe that applies to all serving police officers in the province of Ontario, so it would apply to public order unit members as well.
Would you be able to confirm that all officers, including those 900, received those that had that qualification before they were deployed?
I would not be able to confirm that because I don't have that information. And if I could qualify on my answer, there is a provision that allows the Solicitor General's office to provide an extension to that 12 months, whether it be due to an emergency. Best example I can give you in this case, when the public order process started, we had a large influx of OPP members come to the city of Ottawa. I had an additional almost over 400 officers come to the city. To be able to get that many members to the city, we had to do some logistical operations within our organization, and one of those was to cancel block training, which is annual training for our members on use of force and firearm requalification. So in doing so, some of those members may have gone outside the 12 months. We needed to seek approval to allow them to maybe be beyond the 12-month period. But that is allowed within the Police Service Act with proper authorities.
Was your role after the Emergencies Act was invoked ER logistics and planning liaison?
I'm sorry, after it was invoked, what was my role?
Yeah, was it logistics and planning?
No, my role was as the strategic commander. So I oversaw a team of officers that were led by an incident commander who their job was to organize the logistics of finding out where Ottawa Police needed us, because we were a support agency to the Ottawa Police. And then my incident commander and his team would provide Ottawa Police with the support that they needed with me, with frontline officers. The public order unit command and what they needed for public order unit was separate from myself, and I didn't have direction or control over our public unit
Right.
members.
And you were reporting to Chief Superintendent Carson Party, is that correct?
Yes,
You considered him your commander?
I did.
Were you involved in the planning phase for the operation, the major operation?
Only for, I believe I said yesterday, only for about 48 hours, just in the initial stages when the integrated planning team got started and we had our initial meetings on the 8th and the 9th. And that was the only time I had direct contact with the members of that planning team, and I reverted back to my role of managing our OPP members and our deployments in support of the Ottawa Police.
With regards to the boots on the ground, were PLT supporting POUs?
I was not aware of what PLT was doing. I know PLT eventually had a seat in the NCRCC with our critical incident commander. So there was always, I believe it was a PLT sergeant that sat beside our critical incident commander. But I'm not aware exactly of what they were doing in the field because that would not have been reported to me.
And yesterday you mentioned that OPP and OPS PLTs had an integration problem and communications issues. Is that right?
That's what was reported to me, correct?
And also with the POUs?
I can't say that I heard of lack of integration within our public order units. That wasn't reported to me.
Do you agree with me that after the invocation of the Emergencies Act, that these integration problems and communications problems continued and did not improve?
Within the PLT teams, there were still issues. I would have calls with Inspector Baudin, and he would say some days they were making forward progress, and other days they still lacked an ability to understand what the plan was. Because until the integrated planning team came up with a plan, there was still no plan. So they still struggled to determine what their purpose was. Were they truly an integrated team between the Ottawa Police Service PLT team and the OPP PLT team? There were still those issues, yes.
Okay. And that, in fact, that the problems worsened after the influx of 900 additional officers on the ground on Friday morning, the 18th of February.
I don't know if any worsened. I think they maintained and they were similar, but I don't know that they became any worse.
Would you agree with me that due to the lack of integration and communication problems, that would lead to a problem ultimately in decision-making throughout the major operations?
Certainly. The information that PLT is able to provide and tell us about conversations they're having with convoy organizers and exit plans or what the intent of the organizers are is very important in forming operational plans of how we're going to approach a protest. So being unable to get that information has an impact, yes, in a negative way.
And when I mentioned major operation, I mean after the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
So, though I consider it one giant operation, and the lack of communication had impacts all along, from invocation period prior to and during.
If it didn't improve after the invocation of the Emergencies Act, would you agree that it got worse?
I can't say it got worse. It just seemed to be a similar theme throughout my time as strategic commander. As I continue to hear the lack of communication, the lack of integration. That was a common theme. It didn't seem to increase through one day or the other, whether prior to February 14th or after. It seemed to be a similar theme throughout.
And the final phase after this major operation, after the invocation of the Emergencies Act, was called the maintenance phase. Is that correct?
I recall that name being used. It was a phrase meant to maintain and hold ground that public order unit members were able to clear streets, intersections, those types of things.
Do you agree that every officer who draws their firearm in the presence of public and uses weapons or improvised weapon other than a firearm on another person, or uses physical force on a person that results in an injury to that person requiring medical attention shall complete a use of force report prior to the end of duty?
I can only speak to the OPP. There is a use of force reporting requirement. I apologize. I'm not certain on the timelines of when it shall be done, whether it's at the end of their shift or within a certain number of days. I'd have to review the legislation. So unfortunately, I can't give you the exact answer on that. But I tried to follow all what you were speaking about, but from what I heard you say, it seems to check all the boxes that are related to our members when they have to fill out use of force reports. And all the occasions you mentioned, from what I recall hearing, fit those needs to have a use of force report submitted.
Timelines aside, were any of those use of force reports completed after the major operations, after the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
I'm not aware.
Yesterday, you mentioned that you listened and you watched Chief Superintendent Superintendent Morris's testimony yesterday. Is that correct? You mentioned that yesterday in your testimony.
I'd
that
seen
you
parts of
watched.
his testimony, yes.
And do you agree with it?
I don't disagree with many of the things that Superintendent Morris said. It was his testimony and was consistent with our organizational values and his public provincial intelligence bureau mandates.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, and thank you again for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd call on the Government of Canada.
Thank you. Superintendent Abrams, my name is Brendan Van Nieuwenhuis, and I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada, and I just have a few questions for you about your testimony yesterday.
Morning.
You described yesterday at some length a difference of view or approach between yourself or members of your team at the OPP and Chief Slowly and some of those working under him at the OPS about the importance in this scenario of PLT techniques, right?
Correct.
And in particular, you described or you relayed information upwards about a significant dispute that had arisen about the arrest of those who were removing gas cans from the Coventry Road encampment.
Correct.
Yeah. Those gas cans, which were in part there as a supply of fuel to vehicles in the red zone, were a serious concern as to safety, right?
Certainly flammable products.
Sure. And their use as a supply was also a concern about its supporting the continued entrenchment of the trucks in the downtown core, right?
Sure.
Sure. The OPP PLT and some of the OPS BLT members as well, I take it, were concerned that the trust that had been invested by them and by the protesters at that Coventry Road site had been disrupted or even destroyed by the arrests that were that occurred, right?
That was their concern, yes.
Yeah. And some of the PLT team members felt extremely demoralized and as though their work had been set back by days or even longer.
Correct.
Some days had already been invested, I take it, in building those relationships with the Coventry Road encampment participants.
As I understand it, yes.
And I think that the flashpoint for that disagreement, as we saw from the documents, was on or around February the 8th. Does that accord with your recollection?
It seems accurate, yeah.
And so by February the 8th, the convoy had been ongoing in the downtown part of Ottawa for approximately 11 days, running from January the 29th.
It seems accurate, yes.
And now it would take several more days in the view of the PLT team to get back to that point, if not longer, right?
That was what they felt the worst case scenario would look like. They were certainly hoping it wouldn't take that many days, but that was their concern.
Okay. In negotiating with the participants in the fashion that the PLT units do, is it fair to say that some are more susceptible to being reasoned with than others?
Are people more, are some people more easy to reason with than others? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I would say that's an accurate statement, yes.
Sure. And if I just want to call up a document, OPS 30-10383. Just by way of example, Superintendent, this is a report from OPS, some PLT members describing, the name is redacted, but one of the organizers from the East Convoy to give a sense of what certain groups or factions are looking for. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's indicating that this individual wants a meeting with the Governor General and the Prime Minister and the Speaker of the Senate, right?
That's how it appears.
And that was not the sort of thing that would be readily within the control of a PLT unit, fair?
Correct, yes, that's fair.
And so this would be an example of someone who's more difficult, at least by appearances at least, to come to a deal with, so to speak, to resolve situation peacefully. Is that fair?
Yeah, certainly harder to resolve and would involve more time in trying to adjust their, try to measure their expectations, perhaps.
Sure. And that informs the usefulness of a de-escalation or negotiation approach with a particular organizer or group of organizers, right? The reasonableness of their requirements in order to come into compliance with the law.
Yeah, it certainly gives you a very quick understanding of, are we going to be able to have some type of back and forth reasoning, or whether we're just never going to be able to come to an agreement.
Okay. Just returning to this Coventry Road site, which was the locus of this, contretemps or dispute, whatever you want to call it. That site is approximately, I think, a little more than 4 kilometers away from Parliament Hill in the center of Wellington Street. Is that fair?
That's fair. I'm not from the city of Ottawa, so I'll have to take your word for that, but it seems accurate.
I'm going from Google Maps, so it's but it's several kilometers away. Is that reasonable at least?
Sure, sounds reasonable. Sure.
And in speaking yesterday to my friend, Commission Counsel, with respect to the conversation that you didn't recall, I think, but that was recorded by Dana Early in her notes from the Windsor side of things. Do you recall being asked about that?
Yes, I recall. Okay.
And you were asked to, I guess, really speculate or about your apparent comment that in Ottawa, unlike in Windsor, the blockade was, quote, not affecting livelihoods. At least that's what she had noted. Do you recall that?
Like I said, I don't recall the details of our conversation. I think the notes that were presented yesterday were scribe notes. So she had a scribe attached to her, so was writing down what we were conversing about. I didn't have a scribe during this event, so I'm trying to use my independent recollection about the details of that conversation.
Sure,
So
and I just want to be fair to you to make it clear what you can recall and what you can't, which is perfectly fair.
Yep.
But I just wanted to return to what you'd said as you speculated about it. You thought that you might have been speaking from your impression gathered driving around Ottawa outside of the downtown core in the Parliament precinct, that it was quite manageable to drive around town, right?
Yes, I believe from my recollection, we were speaking about the Ambassador Bridge being blocked and how it was, if you're familiar with Windsor, it's a one-way into Windsor, and if it's blocked, it makes travel difficult within the whole city. And I recall having conversations just about the economic impacts of that international bridge blockade and those kinds of things. And then I recall relating back to her how the blockade here in Ottawa was affecting the city as a whole, not just the downtown core.
Sure. Just different geography in a different scenario.
Right.
You could get back and forth down the 417 and off to the Coventry Road site relatively smoothly.
I can't speak to Coventry Road because I believe it's on the north side of 417, but I was speaking more about, areas south of the 417 and the 417 itself.
And that's quite distinct from what was going on in the heart of downtown Ottawa and Parliament Hill.
Correct.
If I could just show you a photograph a moment, it's OTT. This was from Mr. Ayotte, some evidence. OTT 301005. And it'll be page 37. Doesn't want to come up quickly. Well, do you recall at any point, if I can't get the photograph up, there being a large industrial crane on Wellington Street at certain points?
I believe it's the one that had the large Canadian flag. It was extended with a flag on the end of it.
Yes.
I recall seeing visuals of that, yes.
And that industrial crane, for example, presented a potential for serious danger to persons or property if it were to be misused, right?
I would agree with that statement, yes.
And there was also the presence, again, not on Coventry Road, but in the parliamentary precinct and on Wellington Street of an uncontrolled and unknown quantities of gas or diesel fuel there as well, right?
Yeah, yes, there was fuel in that area.
And just as in the Coventry Road area, those can explode and cause serious fires in that downtown sector of Ottawa as well if they're to be set alight, right?
Certainly.
I want to come back now to the difference of view about PLTs. You told us yesterday that, in fairness to Chief Slowly, in characterizing the difference of view, that he may have been taking quite a high-level perspective in his preference by February 8th to enforce through public order operations in preference to investing in the PLT engagements, right?
That seemed to be the case, and yes.
And you appreciate that if Chief Slowly's perspective may have been high level, that the perspective at the political level would probably have been at an even higher level. Is that fair?
I can't speculate on the political context.
Okay, is it fair to say that the differences of opinion and the disagreements or even arguments amongst the participants in the policing operations from OPP, OPS, and later the RCMP, that these were operational in nature?
I would agree. Yes, I would agree.
And these kinds of operational disagreements are not typically brought to the awareness of the political level, fair?
It's not certainly not at my level.
It would not be appropriate to directly engage the political level in operational questions like that. Is that fair?
It would not be inappropriate?
It would not be appropriate.
Appropriate. At my level, it's not something I've ever been engaged with. At a commissioner level, a chief level, I can't speculate. I've never held those ranks, so I'm not sure what is appropriate or not appropriate for a chief of police or a commissioner to communicate with a politician.
At your level, it would not be appropriate, or you would perceive it as concerning if a minister, for example, were to try to intrude into or give direction on the operational questions you were discussing.
It would concern me because of the operational impacts of somebody who's unknown to me having impacts on an operation we're trying to resolve.
When you expressed the opinion yesterday that there were ways to enforce that could have ended the convoy's occupation of downtown Ottawa, short of the Emergencies Act, you were speaking just from your own visibility, right?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by visibility?
I'm speaking just from the things that you can see on the ground in Ottawa and in the East region of Ontario.
I apologize, I have to get you to repeat the question again now that I understand the context.
Yes, when you expressed the view that there were ways to enforce and end the convoy occupation in downtown Ottawa, short of the Emergencies Act,
yes.
You're speaking from what you can see on the ground in Ottawa and the East region of Ontario.
Yes, and from past experience in resolving blockades and prior to the Emergency Act.
You also acknowledged yesterday, and you'll agree with me, that this wasn't an isolated event and that an event occurring in Ottawa would have an immediate impact on what was going on in Coots and what was going on at the Ambassador Bridge. Fair?
Yes, I agree. All those activities have linkages and have impacts to each other.
And that may have been part of the assessment, for all you know, at the political level in terms of what was visible there.
Perhaps. I can't be certain.
Finally, just with respect to the measures being used, can we turn very briefly to ONT 50168? Do you see, this is a form letter from Commissioner Carrique to all identified towing companies. Do you see that?
I do see it.
And if you just scroll down the page, you'll see that this is indicates, sorry, maybe not that far down, just go back up. This provides the guidelines for the requirement of towing to be provided by towing companies under the emergency measures regulations, right?
Okay, it seems to be that's the topic of the memo, yes.
Okay. And that, you'll agree with me, was used by the OPP to require towing companies to supply services?
It seems to be that I was not involved in that part of the operation. So
Okay, fair enough. If we could go to OPP 403660. Do you see this as a notice to demonstration participants from February the 17th?
Yes, I see that.
And this was distributed by the teams on the ground, including members of the OPP, to protesters to warn them of the legal consequences of remaining in the red zone, right?
Yes.
And it refers to criminal offenses, but if you go down the page, it refers as well, of course, to the consequences arising under the Emergencies Act, right?
That seems to be what it says, yes.
And by the time the public order operations began in earnest that day, the 17th, communications like this had had an effect on reducing the footprint of the crowd. Is that fair?
Because I wasn't involved in the integrated planning group or seeing reports from PLT, I can't say whether it had a positive impact in members or people, protesters choosing to leave or not leave. Just because of my role in that period of time, I was insulated and focused on just deploying my members in support of the Ottawa Police Service. So I wasn't getting reports on, how many protesters are choosing to leave or the success or non-success of items like this.
But you appreciate, at least from the perspective of the consequence that it's attempting to communicate, that that's the purpose of it, right? Is to allow for a peaceful opportunity to depart?
Yes, I mean, this is exactly kind of what I spoke about. This is one of those communication mediums that PLT uses to communicate with protesters so that they understand, because some may not understand that they're committing an offense. And this may be the consequences if you don't. Sometimes there's timelines put on them, sometimes there's not. But this is classic PLT communication process, yes.
And in your experience, it's effective, right?
In my experience, it has been very effective. And because it follows the measured approach, it follows the framework, it makes sure that anybody involved in the protest clearly understands jeopardy, or understands police timelines in relation to what we plan to do. We're open, we're being honest, and so there's no misunderstanding or miscommunication about what may be occurring into the future.
And this public order operation, so far as you're aware, was able to proceed in Ottawa without death or serious bodily injury to any of the participants?
There was bodily injury to participants from I saw some people, excuse me, there was some injuries to people. I understand the SIU became engaged in some injuries, so there was injuries to participants I'm aware of. And that's just me seeing the media. Those weren't things that were reported to me through a chain of command or anything like that.
Sure, but you're not aware of any death or serious bodily injuries?
I'm not aware of any death. I have to say that I saw serious bodily injury because if you look at the definition and mandate of the Special Investigations Unit of Ontario, they only become involved when there's serious bodily injury. So because they were engaged in one incident, I'd have to say that serious bodily injury within that definition occurred in that situation.
All right. The encampment was, or sorry, the occupation at any rate was resolved after the enforcement operation went underway with the assistance of the communications, as far as you knew.
Yes.
And that was the purpose of the OPP's assistance throughout the convoy to begin with, right? Was to resolve the situation.
Along with our partners. It wasn't necessarily OPP's job to resolve the situation.
No, but that's the purpose of OPP's assistance.
Yes, to try to help to resolve, yes.
And when the EA was revoked, the act was revoked on the 23rd, you directed the employment of common law powers to prevent further assembly for approximately another 24 hours?
Correct.
And then you concluded that that power was no longer necessary or applicable because the situation had been resolved?
The situation had been resolved, but more so, and there was no police intelligence to indicate that the convoy participants were going to reattend and continue to commit the offenses that they were committing. So therefore, we needed to fall back.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the lawyer for former Chief Slowly.
I'm Tom Curry.
Excellent.
Commissioner, just before I begin, I believe I think not many of my friends, some of my friends have gone a little bit over. I would be grateful if I could have a bit of an indulgence. If I need to use some of the time that I have been allocated for the witness this afternoon, I will I will cash that time in.
I've not seen that type of trading go
No.
on, and I don't want
a
to
PLT
encourage it,
it's a
but
PLT,
I have been a little bit liberal because it's Friday, but, and we don't have as much of a heavy schedule, but so I will have some indulgence, but please don't abuse it.
Understood. Thank you. Superintendent, you first got engaged in this, you've told us, when you received an email assigning you to this event on the 24th of January, yeah?
Yes, sir.
3 days out from the first convoy truck rolling into the city?
I'm not, like I said, I was away from the workplace prior to, so I'm not sure when one truck may have arrived in the city. The majority of the trucks were planned to arrive at the end of that week. So I can't state what trucks were in town on the 24th of January.
No, sorry, 3 days out from when they arrived. You came on the
Apologize.
24th,
Yes,
right?
I was going the other way in the calendar.
You were, right. So am I right that you were given by your commander, I think you got it in the afternoon of the 24th, so you get it 4 o'clock or some such thing on the 24th, and you've now got 3 days to develop your plan and your strategic command, yes?
Correct.
Okay. And what you did was you looked at the information that was available to you, Project Hendon, yes?
Yes.
And you spoke to your colleague, Superintendent Morris.
Yeah, Superintendent Morris, I was part of conversations where he would inform us of most current intelligence, what was occurring, yes.
Yep, just stop. After you got the assignment, forgetting that you get the Hendon reports, I get that you received them all.
Yeah.
Yeah. But after the 24th, before you deployed, you spoke to him and got a briefing from him, right?
It sounds accurate.
Pardon me?
I'm assuming I did.
Yeah, sure.
made
I know.
calls.
I've got. Let's help you with the notes. OPP 50774, please. You've looked at these before you came today, I assume.
My notes?
Did you look at your notes?
I've looked at my notes many times, yes.
No, I know. But before you came here, did you look at these?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I don't want to test your memory, but let's look. This is Monday. You're working from home at that time. Do you see?
Yes.
And 0948 email to Intersect. You told us about that. Discuss the convoy issues, impacts in all of our areas. 1305 Tovel, I think that's one of your colleagues, doing a traffic plan for the convoy arrival. Speaking to OPS traffic. 1554 Intersect email, that's you sending them. Convoy 28-29 January. Everybody thought this was a 2-day protest, correct?
Yes, I'm just trying, when I look at the dates, I think the dates are indicative of arrival dates as opposed to event dates.
Okay, well, let's carry on. They were going to get through Arnprior on the 28th, 3 convoys above that. 29th of January into Ottawa. We'll slow, this is OPP's plan, we will slow traffic but not block. The intention is to hold a peaceful demonstration with no hostility. Forward to Chief Thomas, Inspector Tovel, and Semple. That's your team, right?
And just to add context, I'm not saying that the OPP will slow down traffic. The convoy organizers have stated that they will slow traffic but not block it.
I understood. Thank you for that. And what you were going to do to get to this, the traffic plan was to effectively escort the convoy to Ottawa.
We didn't want to do any escorting, so there was no OPP vehicles necessarily, in front and back and follow us. It was more monitoring.
Okay. So you had cruisers. Did the cruisers have their overhead roof lights on or not?
I can't be 100% whether they did or not. We would not put emergency lights activated or not that deep into an operational plan. That would be left to the officer's discretion of how they feel they need to do it on the side of the road.
So sometimes if protesters sympathetic were on the side of the highway supporting the convoy as it went by, you might have had, a cruiser might have had to use their emergency lights in that situation, for example.
Correct.
But you had cruisers in and around the convoy from the time it crossed the Manitoba border until you handed them off to Ottawa, correct?
Correct.
How many cruisers?
I can't articulate a number.
Be more than, I mean, what, from your experience, we've got a train down many kilometers long. Do you imagine that it is 10 units,
Yes, I'm trying to
20 units?
recall the operational plan if it listed the traffic units, but I would say at least 15 to 20 units would be a fair number, yes.
And then just to carry on, 1622, Chief Thomas, email. That's your chief superintendent.
Correct.
MCIC, something possibly.
To come over possibly.
To come over possibly. Aviation consultant, that's your aviation team, yeah? Yes. And then it says POIB is, of course, the Intelligence Bureau. Pat, you spoke with him?
No, I didn't really speak to him that day. I knew that his role and what he was doing was he was engaging with police partners outside of Ontario so that we could have a picture of what was coming across Canada from west to east.
Got it. And then finally, at 1622, you note that in that conversation, or rather email with your superintendent, your chief superintendent, you were asked to be the strategic superintendent for the event, and you went into action. Therefore, effectively, the next day, really into action, the next day, the 25th, correct?
Correct.
2 days, effectively 2 days before what we understand to be the arrival of some of the first vehicles in Ottawa. Can I show you, or can I ask you to confirm that what you then did was you got your colleagues, your team reporting to you to do a traffic plan, an operations plan for this event, right?
Operational plan, yes.
And that operational plan, we have it, but that operational plan effectively had OPP monitoring the convoy through Ontario until there was a handoff into Ottawa, correct?
Yes, many other regions had similar plans and they were tracking the movements in a similar fashion.
Right.
And so we had to create our plan, obviously, just for our geographic area.
Right, East Region. And you then set up some of your own people in your operations center in Ottawa, correct?
It wasn't our operations center. I put Inspector Ferguson in the NCRCC and Staff Sergeant Nicholas between kind of a traffic building that OPS had in the NCRCC, and I had my emergency operations center at our East Region headquarters in Smiths Falls.
And where were you located during that time? The weekend of the convoy, were you in Smiths Falls?
I was in Smiths Falls.
Okay, good. And you had a couple of people you've described on the ground here in different places. And did you have in Smiths Falls any other people with you as part of your team managing the event?
I had assigned an incident commander, Scott Semple.
Okay, in Smiths Falls?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Smiths Falls to Ottawa, help us with the geography.
Southwest, 40 minutes.
Okay, got it. And then you had, am I correct, you did not have resources, logistical resources, or any other kind of resources for an event that was going to be longer than a weekend protest, correct?
That is correct.
And the reason that you didn't is because your review of the intelligence available and the information available to you at OPP pointed to a 2-day protest. They come, they protest, they leave, right?
I wouldn't agree with that. I would say that my plan was based on my conversations through intersect calls with Ottawa Police, who indicated they were planning for that level of event. Therefore, so was I.
Okay, well, so the one thing we don't do, or do we, is defer to another police service when we make our own plans at the OPP.
No,
That's
certainly.
an input, but you're not telling the commissioner that you didn't plan for an extended, protracted 3-week event in Ottawa because the Ottawa Police Service didn't, correct?
No, certainly not, because as we saw and as I explained in my evidence before, is we expected a traffic event that was going to end downtown in the city of Ottawa. So we did not plan based on intelligence, based on Hendon, based on any other information source that we expected vehicles or protesters to clog up provincial highways, which we were responsible for, or communities for more than an evening, and we expected them to be lawful in that one evening. So all of those parts indicated, for the OPP's perspective, a very quick event, essentially a one-day trip from different areas of the city into the downtown core, and that would end the OPP's involvement in the movement of those vehicles.
Yeah, and the OPP plan, we can look at it if you need it. The OPP plan describes in language the handoff. You were going to hand off after they were finished traveling over the provincial highways into the city of Ottawa, correct?
Correct.
Your expectation was that as many as 3,000 vehicles were going to be in the city of Ottawa, and you were quite content with what you saw from OPS was their plan to allow the convoy operators to protest, correct?
The numbers were uncertain. Ottawa police indicated that they thought they could handle 3,000. Hendon and other reports, as we've seen, didn't specifically exactly say X number of vehicles, but I was satisfied based on my calls with Ottawa police that they felt they could handle that number of vehicles.
Yes, and you knew it wasn't 3,000 once they got there, but you knew that
indicators were just the vehicles that crossed from the west that was in the 800 range, and they may pick up some as they move
got
south.
it.
But
And so you were content to hand off to Ottawa in the expectation that the team that you had put together as the strategic operations lead here would allow you to manage that convoy as they left Ottawa as well, correct?
we didn't know what the exit plan was, so we always had to be ready and available to write what that exit plan was. So that was an unknown to us as to would they exit en masse, would they exit slowly? That was uncertain.
But in addressing that uncertainty, you were content that the team that you had in place was appropriate, correct?
That we felt we could manage, because a mass entry is not much different than a mass exit.
And so therefore, right, and therefore you did not plan, you didn't bring any additional resources for anything longer than the weekend protest that you thought was going to be on, correct?
Correct, because as you noted in my notes, once it looked like it was going to be prolonged, I had to have meetings with my command team to say, let's plan for an extended event.
29th of January, I believe, maybe a little later, is the first time that you began to assemble resources for a different event, correct?
Correct.
And the Ottawa Police Service was in the very same position that you were in, correct?
Position, and as in not planned for an extended event?
Yes.
It seemed to be, certainly in my conversations with Deputy Bell on the 31st, I believe it was the first time that he indicated that he felt this was going to be a protracted event, and they were planning for what could be a 4-week event.
And they made a shift in their planning and operations, just like you did, correct?
Yeah, yes, for sure.
And what you did in advance was send a public order unit to Ottawa in advance. This was part of your planning, but you sent them to the PPS, Parliamentary Protective Service, correct?
Yes, so I can explain the structure.
I mean, if you need to make an explanation, go ahead, but I
need to explain because it wasn't my direction. That's why I need to explain.
Okay.
I did not direct those resources. As strategic commander, I did not direct public order unit operations. I did not direct where they went. They reported to me to tell me what they were doing, but that happened through our field support bureau. So in your question, I did not direct that.
Fair enough. Thank you for that clarification. OPP sent a public order unit, but they didn't send them to the OPS, they sent them to the PPS, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then you set out the calls for resources. You needed to make a new plan, and you began to get resources in the form of additional personnel, correct?
Yes.
How many additional personnel?
At the very beginning, we reached out to say, look, we have 18 members right now that we could pull from local detachments, and it started from there, and it continued every day, continued to rise from there.
It was obvious to you as as a person with experience in this area, that the Ottawa Police Service would not be able, with its existing resources, to manage this event, correct? Once it changed its complexion, right?
I didn't know that until I heard that directly from their own deputy chief. I made assumptions that I felt that they had come up with a plan to address many different options that may have occurred.
So the plan, we'll talk about plans, but just talking about personnel, you knew from your experience with Intersect, the size of the Ottawa Police Service did not allow it to manage the event that this had become, correct?
Yes, and I learned that through those calls.
Yes, but did you need to be told that? If so, that's fine. Or did you know it from your own experience that they were overwhelmed in numbers?
I had to be told that because I couldn't assume. I knew they have, I believe it's 1,200 or 1,400. They have many members. And at that early stage, it was hard to know whether that many members could contain what was happening in those first day or two or not.
Okay,
I
got
needed to hear that from them because I wasn't on the ground to
And
see
so
what they were dealing
that's fair. So then you needed to be told that by them, and they told you that.
Yes,
And what they asked for was help, correct?
correct.
They asked you for help as early as what, do you say, the 31st?
I'd have to check my notes, but it was one a Saturday or Sunday, yes.
Okay, got it. And when they said they wanted help, they told you they needed help in particular areas, right?
Correct,
Very specific areas, correct?
correct.
And am I correct that you were unable at that time to give them all the help that they wanted?
I don't recall that. When I talked to Deputy Bell, he said his immediate need was for traffic control. He needed officers to be able to relieve his officers downtown doing traffic. So we were able to provide those bodies. We started with 30 a day, and I was able to provide those bodies within my own region in short order. There was never delay.
It was not adequate, correct?
He needed more after that because he indicated that he would probably come to 60 when the formal letter would come from Chief Slowly to the Commissioner Carrick. Deputy Chief Bell indicated to me that he felt it would probably be around the 60 number that they would be asking from the OPP from front line. And then there would be public order section requests and PLT requests as well.
Am I right, though, that you were not able to give them the resources they needed when they needed them, correct?
I believe I was able to give them when they needed them.
Okay. So what did you do to get resources? Were you confined to moving resources within the East region, or did you put in a call to your superiors or the other parts of your command to get additional resources?
Question. In the early days, I was able to contain it within my own region. I believe on my other evidence I described, we have a regional deployment plan for emergencies such as this. We know how many officers are at each of our 16 detachments. We know who's working each day. And in an emergency, we know how many officers we can ask to leave that area to attend whatever the emergency happens to be. So I relied on that emergency regional deployment plan to gather those resources of 30 a day to assist Ottawa. Once a couple of days goes by and I'm aware that there's going to be an increased ask of 60, then yes, I need to call our emergency or operations center, which is based at Rouleau at our general headquarters, which falls under our field support bureau, to then gather provincial resources to assist. Because yes, regionally I wouldn't be able to.
When did you first put in a call to the emergency resource center?
Once again, I'd have to refer to my notes, but within probably 3 days to 4 days of the 30 a day, when it was clear, when the letter came in from Chief Slowly asking for 60, I had to make the phone call to our EOC to say, okay, I need your help to gather resources to come to East Region.
And am I correct that you came to the conclusion that 60 a day was not enough?
I could only rely on what Ottawa Police said they needed from me.
You were told 60 a day was not enough, that they needed many more, correct?
As other days went on, that would be communicated to me, say, can you give us more? And we would be able to tell them, yeah, we can probably give you this money more or this money more.
And on the you told us about the, first, let me go back. You had never been through anything like this before, correct?
Not to this scale. That would be accurate.
You've never seen an urban occupation, a protest that had become an occupation, correct?
As it was explained to me, this was the largest unplanned deployment of OPP resources in our history.
Right, got it. So therefore, in your history, you told us that you'd been through some other blockade situations, but they have not involved the urban environment like this, and obviously the sheer scale of this one was beyond anything you had experienced, right?
Yeah, not in my experience. Correct.
And so when we talk about resources, you were participated in a call, you told us on the 6th of February, Chief Slowly requested his team to make an estimate of the resources they needed, right?
Yes, I recall that was a video call, yes.
Yes, and you told us that you thought that it was unusual that he told his team to double the number if they thought they needed 100, to double it to 200. You made that comment, correct?
Yes, it seemed odd to me, yes.
Yes, it didn't seem odd enough to you, though, to record in your notes, right?
And I address this in my will state is because in the meeting they were discussing Ottawa police business. I didn't feel it was appropriate for me to make notes on Ottawa police operations, so I purposely did not make.
You made a lot of notes, Superintendent, about Ottawa police. You've made notes about rumors and innuendo and what people told you some other guy said, all kinds of times, haven't you?
I have. In that situation, I purposely chose not to take notes because it seemed inappropriate for me because they were talking about internal Ottawa police operation matters that I didn't. My purpose to be on the call was to talk about PLT.
Okay. So you didn't, so can I put it this way? That whatever Chief Slowly said that you didn't record in your notes, you didn't think it was important enough to imagine that the number that they came back with, 1,800, when they came back 24 hours later with a number, that there was some lack of validity or integrity to that number. Did you?
I questioned where the number could have come from in that short period of time.
You didn't, yeah. And did you tell Chief Slowly or anyone that you weren't going to take action in respect of their request for resources because you had heard him make a comment to his team that you didn't record in your notes, but that you were going to use to deny them resources that they wanted?
I never communicated with Chief Slowly on that, and I never would deny resources. I communicated that to my command, as we spoke about in my testimony to the commissioner, to say this is what I'd heard while you're trying to address operational requests from the Ottawa Police Service. I thought it was important for him and the deputy commissioner to know that this statement was made that day.
So what did you think that was going to do, Superintendent? Did you think that was going to get them the help they needed? Or did you think that was going to cause people to believe that there was no actual number that they needed that had any validity? What did you think you were doing with that?
What I was doing was protecting the members of the OPP.
What were you?
If you could let him finish.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Superintendent. How were you protecting the members of the OPP?
Because of a large request like that, it was important for me to communicate to my senior command that A, perhaps they're not truly needed based on what I heard, and B, since we have no operational plan yet to send that number of officers into a situation with no real plan on what to do with them was a concern. So that's why I felt it was important to communicate to my command about that.
Do you agree with me that it had the effect of causing your people and everybody else to think that what Chief Slowly was asking for to help the citizens of this city and to help the government of Canada and to help his own police service, did you think you were helping him or them?
I think it was helping everybody have the proper knowledge before they made decisions to deploy resources.
Sure. And so, of course, we now know, don't we, that the 1,800 estimate that his team put together was exactly right. Maybe it was a little under, actually. You know that, don't you?
Yes, we've heard those numbers here.
Yeah. So it wasn't a rabbit pulled from a hat. And it wasn't a bunch of numbers that were just randomly doubled, was it?
It seemed to me as a number pulled from a hat in that short period of time.
Do you accept now that it wasn't a number pulled from a hat, that his team worked very hard to actually get the number that they needed? Do you accept that now?
No, because there was no plan.
Okay.
So
and that's, of course, what you
Wait,
passed
if
on.
you could, again, you
I'm sorry.
interrupt him. Please, let him finish.
Thank you,
I know
Commissioner.
you're over your time, and I'm being generous.
Thank you.
So important to be fair to the witness.
Of course. Superintendent, go ahead.
From my experience, as we've talked about, we build a plan first and then we add numbers to it after. The fact that the numbers fit the integrated planning team's plan, I don't know that that connects to the work that his team did within those 24 hours.
Did you look at it?
The integrated plan?
No. Did you look at the numbers that were on the table that his team put together?
On February 9th, when I attended the meeting downtown with the integrated planning team, that's the first time I was presented with the 3-page document that showed the numbers that they were requesting.
So before you even looked at it, you made the statement that it was an overestimate and that it was not a valid number? You didn't even look at it?
I never indicated in any of my communications that I felt it was an overestimate. I just wanted our senior command to know that when the Ottawa police were trying to determine how many people they needed, this was the direction that their chief gave them. That's all. I did not opine on whether I felt it was adequate or inadequate. I never said that.
You cast doubt on it, didn't you?
I only said that there was suspicious that how they could come up with a number like that, and certainly the suggestion that that number would be doubled.
Fine. And then you passed that on to the minister. You passed on an incorrect number to the minister, didn't you?
I did not do that, no.
The minister, the Solicitor General.
The
Did you see the minister's statement?
We're talking about two separate events here, sir.
Okay, let's move to the second one then, if you want to think it's a second event. Did you pass on the number to the minister?
Please, to ask questions, don't turn things around, please. Be fair to this witness.
So the video call, when I met with Chief Soley and he talked about having his team go away, that date was February. You have to help me, Councillor, on the date that video call happened. You just mentioned the date. Do you recall the date?
I had moved on to the statement that the minister made.
Okay, so irregardless of the
I'm happy
date.
to go back if you want.
So February 2nd, I received an email requesting, we have in the OPP a representative within the government buildings in Toronto, and they're a liaison between government and the OPP. And I received an email from that unit saying that Solicitor General wanted a number of OPP members who have been in Ottawa since the beginning of the event. So I asked my team to create a chart which indicated the numbers from the beginning of the event until the 2nd of February. And I described what that chart looked like yesterday. It included numbers of logistical people, EOC numbers, frontline members, public order unit members. And I emailed that to my chief superintendent. And since we're a paramilitary organization, you follow the chain of command. And then I assume from that point on, those numbers that I obtained were moved up to higher levels.
And the minister, on that basis, issued a statement to the public and in the House, in the legislature, correct?
I became aware of that later. I wasn't aware of
Yes.
it at the time.
And it was erroneous.
I can't say that.
Well, there weren't 1,500 OPP officers here, were there?
In a day, Chief Soley, in his concerns to me that when we had our meeting, was he felt that that media release indicated there was 1,500 OPP officers in his streets, in his town that day.
Yes. And that impacted, now know this, it impacted what the RCMP considered the Ottawa Police Service needed. It impacted the way the public in Ottawa thought that the OPS was handling the matter. It impacted the council and all of the other things, didn't it?
As I stated to Chief Soley, I presented the daily numbers with a roll-up of the total numbers. How those numbers were used or controlled after that was beyond my control.
Yes. And what steps did you take to tell the Solicitor General that the information upon which she was relying had been misunderstood, misinterpreted? Any steps?
It was not within my purview to reach out to the Solicitor General.
Did you tell your commanding officer
I did not.
that had happened?
No, I did not. That
Thank
meeting
you.
was the first time.
Two quick things. The bridge. Have you seen Chief Slowly's news conference of February the 4th that you told the commission about yesterday?
I only saw the live portion when I was sitting in the command post, and I saw him and Deputy Bell doing the news conference.
So you're relying on your memory from February 4th?
Yes, I recall hearing that and then reacting immediately because I
Yes.
connected with the deputy immediately.
Well, I don't have the time to play it for you, but he never said that he was going to close bridges. What he said in his news conference was that consideration was being given to that and that bridges or access would be closed if needed or as needed. Didn't say he was closing bridges, did he?
That's what I heard, and so that would naturally precipitate a call to confirm what I heard. Maybe I misheard. That's why I needed to reach out to Deputy Bell to say, did I hear this correctly?
And
I
you were-
need to understand.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. And you were told by Deputy Bell that you had misheard it, that there were no bridges being closed, right?
Yeah, my concern was more about the off-ramps. The bridges were within the city of Ottawa, so I wasn't concerned about the bridges. My main concern was about what I heard about off-ramps.
Same thing, though. Deputy Bell
It's not
said,
the same thing for me as far as my concern and my operations, because my operations didn't concern bridges.
he gave you the same answer. You have misunderstood it. No one's closing a bridge. No one's closing an off-ramp. Relax.
I heard it very clearly that there was a plan to close off-ramps, and that's what precipitated my call to Deputy Bell.
Quick thing about the PLT. This PLT team, unfortunately, never had any success in negotiating the departure of convoy participants or protesters, correct?
I would disagree with that. I felt that at the end, much of their work allowed some of the convoy protesters to leave voluntarily.
So prior to the, I should have been clearer, thank you. Prior to the public order operation going into effect to clear these streets, PLT had not succeeded in negotiating an end to this protest, had they?
Well, certainly, the protest was still ongoing when public order had to do what they did.
Yes, and so the Coventry Road issue, what PLT had negotiated, am I correct, was that protesters could take their fuel from Coventry Road and place it in a different depot.
I wasn't aware of the particulars of that because PLT didn't report to me. What I was engaged in was solely on the deconfliction end of it to say that this happened, this miscommunication happened within the Ottawa Police Service, and could you help us?
But as my friend Mr. Van Nieuwenhuis asked, the fuel in Coventry Road, whether it's in Coventry Road or it's somewhere else, was a significant public safety risk, correct?
Yes.
And if PLT negotiated that they're going to move the fuel from Coventry Road to a different depot, you could appreciate why Ottawa Police Service would be very concerned. Correct?
I can't speak to what the idea
Okay.
was or what the plan was because
Got it. So you would not, you're not telling the commissioner that you're second guessing the operational decision to seize fuel if that was a public safety risk, correct?
Correct, because our teams were intended to integrate and they didn't report to
Understood.
me.
Thank you. And then Windsor. The information that was available to OPP was not sufficient to allow it to avoid the blockade at Windsor.
I was not involved in any of the Windsor. I would not have any information on
Understood.
Windsor or our plans in Windsor.
And resources have to be allocated among the OPP detachments across the province so that when we saw the note from your colleague in Windsor about whether Windsor was a priority over Ottawa, that's a decision that has to be made at the level of the OPP resource allocation, correct?
Right. In a province the size of Ontario, there's various priorities that have to be decided on how we staff them.
And as to the Emergencies Act, the OPP PLT notes to protesters included and relied upon terms under the Emergencies Act, right?
I believe that's what we saw, yes.
Understood. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the City of Ottawa.
Good morning, Superintendent. My name's Ann Tardif. I represent the City of Ottawa.
Morning.
So I'd like to take you first to your notes. I know you have them in front of you, and I'll give you the date, but I'm going to give the number so that everyone else can follow along.
Certainly.
It's OPP 50774. And I'm going to go to the date at February 3rd, Superintendent.
Yes.
And it's page 19 of that document, Madam Clerk. You see the date there at the top of the page?
Yes, 3rd of February. Yes.
Correct. And I'd like to go to the before last entry on that page, Madam Clerk. So just scrolling down a little bit. Perfect. So do you see the entry there, Superintendent? I think it's 1752. It could be 1952. I'm not sure the time matters, but do you see that entry?
I do.
Okay. And it says Superintendent Alakis, FSB, in that note. And it's actually the last sentence, I suppose it is, of that entry that I want to draw your attention to. It says, no real plan for them and no meaningful dialogue with truckers occurring. So first, is this something that you're reporting to Superintendent Alakis, or is he reporting it to you?
And I'll correct you quickly. My grade 4 teacher would still not be happy with me. My penmanship is not the best. It says no real plan forthcoming.
Forthcoming. Okay. It's the second part that I want to talk about, the no meaningful dialogue with truckers occurring. Do you see that?
Yes, that's coming from Superintendent Alakis.
Okay. And this is with respect to the Ottawa situation.
Correct.
So by February 3rd, we don't have any meaningful dialogue with truckers occurring. And you described the events of February 6th yesterday and again this morning, correct?
Yes.
PLT went into Coventry to negotiate the removal of gasoline.
Yes. That's right.
And Superintendent Patterson used the opportunity to seize the fuel and charge some of the protesters. Is that correct?
Correct.
And PLT felt they had lost all the goodwill they were able to reach with some of the convoy organizers.
That's what was communicated to me, yes.
Okay. And were you aware that 2 days later, on February 8th, Ottawa police asked the city manager, City of Ottawa manager, to meet with protesters?
I was not aware of that.
And we've heard that police felt they didn't have anything to lose by facilitating a meeting, and it would be a win to gain trust with truckers. And they could use it as a bargaining chip to move trucks. Were you aware of that at the time?
I was not aware of that, no.
We've heard as well that the city negotiated an agreement to remove trucks from the residential neighborhoods and the dates that followed. Were you aware of that at the time?
Not at the time. I can indicate that I received messaging from our PLT members to indicate that they were frustrated by the involvement of municipal leaders and how it was impacting their work, but I was not aware of the exact times these were occurring.
Well, and I guess that's what I'm getting at, Superintendent, because that's reflected in your witness summary, which has been filed into evidence. And so at the time that you received those concerns from your PLT officers, I take it you were not aware that the city had spoken with protesters at the request of police.
Right. Outside of what may have been reported in public media, I wasn't aware what was happening.
Okay. And you were not aware that a senior OPS officer had been at the table to negotiate the logistics of how and where the trucks would move?
Yeah, I would not have been involved in that or aware of that, no.
And just given in your, you've referenced it already, but in your witness summary, you indicate that your PLT officers were frustrated because they were hearing from protesters that they had met with the mayor and that they wanted to continue to meet with the mayor. That's what you were hearing on the 15th of February.
That's correct.
And the evidence this commission has heard is that the protesters, in fact, never met with Mayor Watson. I take it you're aware of that now.
No, now I'm aware, yes.
Okay. I want to switch tracks a little bit and talk about Superintendent Early's notes. Now, it's Dana, I'm assuming Dana Early is a she, is that fair?
That's correct.
Just want to check. Thank you. And so Superintendent Early was in Windsor during the Ambassador Bridge blockade.
She was essentially performing my role, but in Windsor.
Fair enough. And so I take it that if you did have a conversation with her, it's going to be about resources. I mean, that's really the only reason for you to speak to Superintendent Early during the events of February 2022. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. Now, when you were asked yesterday initially, you did not believe that you had spoken to Superintendent Early at that time. You recall saying that?
Yeah, I didn't have an independent recollection of that conversation, no.
Fair enough. And to be fair to you, we've seen that there's no mention of it in your notes except for the words Dana Early / on February 10th, correct?
Correct.
And you were then taken to Superintendent Early's notes of that call. And I will ask that they be put up on the screen. It is OPP 404543. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And can we go to page 15? Okay. So this, just to be fair to the witness, actually the date's on it, perfect. Do you see at the top there, 10th of February, 2022? Can you see that, Superintendent?
I do, yeah.
Okay. So just before we get into this, You described at some length in your testimony a meeting that occurred with the planning team and with the leadership of OPS at OPS headquarters on Elgin Street, and I believe that was on February 9th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
At 12:10, I believe.
Pardon me?
I believe it started at 12:10.
Okay, we've got the same meeting in mind. So that's the day before February 10th, obviously. Okay.
Correct.
So you explained during that meeting, I'm not going to take you back through all of it. You've explained it in some detail. It's in your witness summary, which has now been filed. But at some point, as I understand it, Superintendent Phil Liu of the RCMP tells then Chief Slowly to pump the brakes on the enforcement plan. Is that fair?
It's fair.
And he says that he thinks he can get 400 POU officers to Ottawa in a week's time.
And sorry, incorrect. I believe it was Staff Sergeant or Sergeant Darwin Tetro who was saying that,
Pardon me.
not to Phil Liu. The statement is as you claim, but I believe it was made by Darwin Tetro, not Phil Liu.
And is Staff Tartan Tetro also with the RCMP?
He is, and
Okay.
he has a public order component in his work.
Perfect. So we've got an RCMP officer advising that they think they can get 400 POU officers in Ottawa in about a week's time, right?
That's correct, yeah.
So if we're at February 9th, that means they think they can get their 400 POU officers in Ottawa on or about February 16th. Fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And I think we've heard at length that a number greater than that was actually needed in order to bring the convoy to an end, right?
Oh, certainly, and I believe Staff Sergeant Tetro believed that as well. He just indicated, let's start there, and then we'll work with our public order partners across the country to try to gather more.
Fair enough. So the 400 was a start.
Yes.
Now, if we can scroll down here till 10:21, that's the first indication of the call. Do you see that call? I can't tell if that's to or from. It looks like from. Not much turns on it. Craig Abrams to confirm resources, and that's consistent with what you've told us. Any call with Superintendent Early really would have been to focus on resources, right?
Yes.
And then Ottawa has been sending resource sheets. Is that sheets?
Sheets, yes.
To EOC. That's the Emergency Operations Center of the OPP.
Based in Aurelia. We
Based
use
in
that term a lot. So every region has an emergency operations center. So in this case, she's talking about Aurelia because we were both using Aurelia to help facilitate logistics to obtain resources for both our operations.
That's right. So you've gotten exactly where I wanted to get at. This is the same place that you both are writing to get resources, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then 1023, and actually before I get here, I think I heard you say that you believe that Superintendent Early had a scribe. Is that right?
Yes, I thought I would assume she did, but.
Okay. And so you believe that these are notes taken by her scribe?
And that, I have no confirmation of that.
Okay.
Just assuming it was, but I could be mistaken.
Okay. That's fine. So at 1023, advised Abrams, Windsor is priority according to deputy. Do you see that?
I do.
And the next line refers to a gentleman named Harkins. Is that Harkins, pardon me? Is that Deputy Commissioner Harkins?
Yes.
And he's in charge of the Field Services Bureau. Do I have that right?
He's the deputy in charge of field operations. For
Field operations. Okay. And so as I'm reading this, the Deputy Harkins advised that Windsor is priority. Is that the way to read this?
That's what that
says. And Harkins, Deputy Harkins, told me, being Superintendent Early, to go through the EOC, and you advised that that's what was happening at that time, right?
Yes.
So you're both going through the same Emergency Operations Center to request resources for your operations.
Correct.
We'll have much better idea of numbers this afternoon after meeting with POU commanders. And then at 1026, I'm just jumping over the 1024, you can see it there, Superintendent. Abrams will call EOC to confirm staffing process. You are priority. We will take leftovers. Do you accept that you made that statement, Superintendent Abrams? Either that or something to that effect?
No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall?
No.
Do you recall any discussion that Windsor was the priority for resources to be obtained out of the EOC at that time?
No, I don't recall. Because on that day, literally that day, the 10th, I spoke with Chief Party and we made resource requests, and an extra 120 officers were coming to Ottawa by the Monday. So that's why I'm confused by the talk about resource allocations, because I asked and we required another 120 and it was approved And it just, obviously, to get people across the province into Ottawa was going to take us a couple of days. We plan to have an extra 120 officers in Ottawa by that Monday.
Okay. And at 10:26 again, I guess the second 10:26, Abram advised Winder will need to tell you what you need. So we've got three statements between 10:21 and 10:26 suggesting that you were made advised here that Windsor was the priority, but you deny that.
I was never told that, so I'm not denying that statement was made, but when we had discussions, she told me that the deputy told her that Windsor was a priority. So I'm saying, okay, if you're telling me that the deputy told you Windsor's the priority, then okay. But that information, from what I'm seeing, is the Deputy Harkins, I'm assuming, was telling her. I didn't tell her that.
So we may just be lost in language and semantics. When I said you were never told, I was meaning to say by Superintendent Hurley. Do you accept that you were told by Superintendent Hurley, that her understanding was that Windsor was the priority? I'm not asking you what you were told by Deputy Harkins.
Right, I accept based on the notes. I don't have an independent reaction of her.
That's fine, but you accept it based on the notes. Thank you. If we could keep scrolling down. Okay. So I'm looking at the second 1028 note, and you were taken to this in fairness to you, Superintendent, yesterday. Do you see Ottawa is just trucks on side streets? You see that note there?
Yes.
And I think you said yesterday that you also did not have an independent recollection of this call, correct?
I really don't. I'm trying, but so many calls over so many weeks, I can't say that I recall this one specifically.
But you explained what you may have meant yesterday. You said that it was easy to drive around if you were south of Wellington, i.e. outside of the red zone.
I think he said south of the 401.
417, Commissioner.
Oh, pardon me. Did you say south of the 417? My apologies. No, that's fine. I had south of the 417.
Yes, it would have, based on what I'm reading and trying to recall, would have had general conversations about what she was dealing with and what I was dealing with and what it looked like in her area and what it looked like in my area. And we would have had conversations about the impacts to the city of Windsor overall because of the location of Ambassador Bridge and those types of things. So I believe that's the context of where this comes from.
So if I understand it correctly, it was that if you were outside of the sort of impacted downtown core, you could drive around the city. You could navigate the city outside of the downtown core that was blocked. Is that fair? That was what you would have been related.
My personal experience and the times I had to be able to do that drive. I'm sure there were days due to traffic backups that there was difficulty in some areas of the city. I'm just stating in general terms from my own experience. I didn't see a massive impact outside of that core area, traffic-wise.
Okay. And you were aware, I take it, at the time that some of the bridges between Quebec or between Gatineau and Ottawa were closed or subject to lane reductions?
Lane reductions for sure. Full closures, I believe they were kind of rotating depending on days, because I recall there was impacts with nursing staff that were trying to get from Gatineau to the hospitals in Ottawa. So there had to be some give and take to open up some lanes so people could get to work.
That's right. So we had health professionals having difficulty accessing their place of work, correct?
That's what I recall.
And you recall also, I take it, that we had patients having difficulty accessing their appointments. Were you aware of that?
I don't. I only recall that some leaders of the hospitals had indicated that their staff weren't able to get to work on time, which had obviously operational impacts for their agencies. And there was a request, not controlled by the OPP, but a request whoever was controlling the bridges on either side that they can make some accommodations for that.
And those side streets that the trucks were parked on in Ottawa, because as you say, they weren't parked on a bridge or on the 417, they were parked on side streets. Those side streets you knew were in residential neighborhoods.
There may have been apartment buildings on them. When you say residential, I'm picturing suburban, but there may be urban apartments that were on those side streets, certainly.
Yep. And so the trucks were parked at the front door of some of these apartment and condo buildings.
I'm sure they were, yes.
They were idling and honking?
There was lots of honking, yes.
And we've heard complaints of resident harassment in these neighborhoods as well. You heard, I take it, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson saying that they received complaints about that.
And I heard it personally myself in my own visits to store owners that they told me directly.
And I appreciate you weren't in Windsor, but my understanding is that there were roughly about 100 trucks involved in the Windsor blockade. Is that accurate?
I can comment. I wasn't involved and I don't recall.
You're well over your time, so you're going to have to wrap up.
That's fine. Can you just confirm that I mean, I don't think it's contentious, but that the blockade in Windsor was significantly smaller than in Ottawa in terms of number of trucks?
It was smaller in number of trucks, certainly, yes.
And I just want to confirm, last point, Commissioner, under the not affecting livelihoods, I won't go into details. You've explained yesterday that you were aware that businesses were affected in Ottawa, and I thank you for that. But I think I heard you say in response to my French questions earlier this morning that you and Superintendent Durley may have discussed, in fact, the economic impact of the Windsor blockade, in particular with respect to international trade. Is that fair?
I think we talked about what her blockade was doing in relation to mine, similar to, relating to my experiences to the rail blockades in Tydenaga and the economic impacts rail blockade has. It was very similar in circumstance.
More significant than in Ottawa.
Economically.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Superintendent. Thank you, Commissioner, for your indulgence.
Okay, next is the Ottawa Coalition.
Good morning, Superintendent Abrams. Thank you so much for coming to Ottawa and answering these questions for all of us here. My name is Paul Champ. I'm legal counsel for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses from downtown Ottawa. And I just have some questions for you. Superintendent Abrams, were you aware, did you know about how many residents roughly lived in the red zone in downtown Ottawa?
Not aware at all, no.
So if I said 15,000 approximately, would that
That would be the first time I heard that number,
Yeah.
but based on the time I've spent downtown and the number of buildings I've seen, it certainly seems like an accurate number.
And so when you were making decisions or being involved in the operations, the police operations in Ottawa, you were aware, we're talking about thousands of people who are being impacted by these convoy protests in downtown Ottawa?
Certainly, and when it came to that, I mean, how many people were required or the impacts, I had to rely on my partners at the Ottawa Police Service to indicate to me what was happening down there, what impacts were happening, and what they needed to address those impacts.
And you would aware there were a large number of businesses in downtown Ottawa that were shut down completely, correct?
Sure, I saw them myself personally, as I said, in my own visits to business owners, and saw many businesses were closed.
And obviously, not only those business owners experiencing those losses, there would have been countless workers who were out of jobs during that period of time as well. You would have known that?
Certainly. I live an hour from the city. I have family and friends who were directly impacted and talked about having to relocate because of the honking, because of the noise. So yes, I was aware.
Right. And on with respect to the conditions on the streets, you were aware of obviously the large number of semi-trucks, in some cases right outside of people's doors, honking and so forth. But we also had other conditions downtown, like the large stacks of wood, the large number of propane tanks often together, the jerry cans of diesel fuel, the open fires at almost every other intersection, the fireworks that were going on at night. You were aware of all those conditions, correct?
Yes.
And we heard evidence last week, Superintendent Abrams, about residents being fearful that their building perhaps could catch on fire. There could be an explosion from the dangerous propane and so forth that's around. You agree that that was a reasonable fear?
Certainly, I believe there was an actual arson type incident, not linked to the convoy, I guess specifically, but we saw that it clearly could be something that could happen. So yeah, it was a valid concern of the residents for sure.
And it was your view that the police, well, it was the case, was it not, Superintendent Abrams, that the police were unable to effectively control or prevent these inflammatory and explosive materials from being regularly transported on a daily basis to the downtown core, correct?
It certainly was a challenge to prevent the flow of gasoline.
Well, it wasn't a challenge. It couldn't be done. They couldn't do it. Maybe it could have been done, but they weren't stopping it, correct?
I know my officers made attempts at times, but at times they get swarmed by other members, so they'd have to pull back. So there was attempts made at certain times to do so, but it was a difficult.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not saying that they couldn't do it. Like effectively, they couldn't do it given the numbers that were on the ground of police at the time. Correct?
It was difficult.
Well, it wasn't possible.
I wouldn't say it was impossible. Our members tried, and I believe some gas was seized. I can't be for certain about my membership because I told my members, because my members were normally in two-person units, so it was highly dangerous to their safety to try to get involved with multiple people carrying jerry cans when there's just two of them.
Absolutely.
So from an OPP perspective, I can say that, yeah, we did not engage in trying to interdict gasoline simply because we were outnumbered with our numbers as they were.
Right. And yeah, and that's a very good point that you just made there, Superintendent Abrams. It wasn't simply downtown residents and business at risk. There was dangers to your officers downtown because of the circumstances or conditions, correct?
Well, certainly my officers were subjected not only to threats of physical assault, but yelling. I had to get my public order unit teams hearing protection because it was starting to damage their hearing because they spent so much time downtown. Yeah,
the horns and the diesel fumes, no doubt you were hearing complaints about that from your officers?
Horns, yes. Diesel fumes, I can't say that I heard.
Okay. And now we've heard you say, Superintendent Abrams, that on January 29th, it was your view and the view of the OPP that the Ottawa Police Service did not have the capability to bring an end to this incident or this event. Is that fair to say?
I have to look at my notes, and that would have been the day that I had the conversation with Inspector Ferguson.
Right, exactly.
So, I mean, it was clear that they were, that particular day, were dysfunctional and unable to make a plan. I don't believe I would make an opinion that just because of what she was experiencing or seeing that day meant that there was no way the Ottawa Police Service could resolve this event eventually. It was just an observation that day that there was no plan and they were dysfunctional that day.
But to be clear, Superintendent Abrams, even if the Ottawa Police had a great plan, and we've heard all the evidence about the struggles of coming up with a plan that was acceptable to the OPP, but even if they had a plan, it was very clear to you the Ottawa Police Services simply did not have the resources on the ground to bring that incident to an end, correct?
On January 29th, that would be an accurate statement, yes.
Right. And that remained your view throughout, and in fact was the reality. It wasn't until significant numbers came that they were able to bring it to an end, correct?
Yes.
And it's my understanding, Superintendent Abrams, that you had a conversation on January 31st with Deputy Chief Bell, where he indicated to you the Ottawa Police Service at that time was looking at a 4-week sustainability plan. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were quite surprised, is my understanding about that?
I was.
You were concerned the Ottawa Police were looking at already that this could be a prolonged event and they were just going to try to manage it for 4 weeks? That was your understanding at the time?
Correct, because I just, from my experience, we normally plan kind of in 24-hour cycles, 48-hour cycles. To hear that there was a plan that didn't look like it would have a resolution until at least 4 weeks was surprising to me, yes, to hear that length of time that they were planning. And I believe that was the conversation where he basically stated, we don't know how to resolve this.
And I presume, Superintendent, that it was a concern to you because you could observe yourself about the significant impact on the residents in downtown Ottawa. Is that fair?
Yes, and I believe in my other evidence, I said, as in my experience, as more time goes by in these events, it only adds more participants, which makes the job of policing more difficult. Right. As each day and week passes, it makes the job even more difficult. So, excuse me, that's why there's a desire to try to end this type of event as soon as you can.
For sure. And that leads to another point, Superintendent Abrams, is that we've heard a lot of your testimony about closing the off ramps to the 417, and the OPP did not prefer that option. Correct? You were content with the trucks to continue to come downtown Ottawa in the weekends that followed. Correct?
No, we were happy in the weeks that followed after the main arrival. We were happy to work with our partners, and most of it was our own partners, within the province of Ontario saying there's X number of trucks coming to Ottawa, we were happy to try to work out and communicate with them first, hopefully, to say, look, there's no more room downtown. You can't try to get downtown, go to Castleman or go to these other areas. We would try to do those communications with those operators first.
Through the PLTs.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we weren't successful, yes, Ottawa Police would say, OPP, can you close this ramp or this ramp, because there's just no capability to accept those vehicles. It's going to cause traffic chaos. So can we try to get them to go to this ramp? So the only way to get them to that ramp would be to close other ones. So we would do that, off and on, but we certainly weren't supportive of just a total block 24/7 of off ramps or on ramps.
Well, if I understand what you're telling us, Superintendent Abrams, is that the OPP worked with the Ottawa Police to try to identify the best routes for the trucks to get downtown if they were going to indeed come downtown. Is that right? That would minimize the traffic impacts on the rest of the city.
Certainly, once the protest was underway and we're into the second and third week, our plan was if with a truck was to try to get downtown, we would interdict it, stop it, and make arrests under the mischief authorities because it was clear their intent was to participate in what was going on downtown. That's why they were going there. So the idea and the plan was probably in the second or third week is that if we saw a convoy coming across in the middle of the night and their intent was to come to Ottawa, we were going to monitor that convoy, try to communicate with them to say, don't go downtown. This is the risk you take. If you go downtown, you're clearly wishing to participate in what is an illegal event. And if you get off at an off-ramp and intend to head downtown, we will stop you.
But that was just the last 4 or 5 days when the operation was being rolled out to bring the event to an end, correct?
Just prior to, that's correct.
Yeah, so...
I just didn't want to make a blanket statement that we were going to facilitate the arrival of trucks through this whole event. No, at some point, we were not going to facilitate trucks heading into the downtown core.
Yeah, but that was around February 16th or 17th you stopped doing that. On the weekends of 5th and 6th and the 12th, there were big signs on the Highway 417 saying, convoy truckers this way, correct?
That's correct. I just wanted to make sure your initial statement was, it kind of made it seem that we were going to allow trucks downtown through the whole event.
And Superintendent Abrams, I'm not sure if you appreciate how the affected residents of downtown Ottawa felt when they saw the Ontario Provincial Police putting up big signs saying convoy truckers this way, apparently rolling out a welcome mat to them downtown. Did you appreciate how the people in downtown Ottawa would have felt at that time?
I certainly can appreciate that. And our perspective is we had to rely on Ottawa Police to say, this is where we need those trucks to go. This is where we think we can house them. So we were only doing what Ottawa Police were requesting of us to facilitate the movement of trucks. I appreciate and understand the impact.
You're out of time.
I thought I got 15, no?
No, you, according to my notes, you had 10.
I believe, my notes had 15. Can I ask one more question there, Commissioner?
Yes, go ahead.
Superintendent Abrams, you've told us that you reported up to Commissioner Creek and Deputy Commissioner Harkins about your observations of your concerns with downtown Ottawa, with the Ottawa Police and how they were effectively doing that. You would have assumed that they would have reported that up to the Solicitor General?
No, because I'm not familiar with what type of communication the Commissioner has with Solicitor General, whether he reports those things to them or not. I'm not aware of that.
Okay, but given your observations of the challenges, the significant challenge the Ottawa Police Service were having to respond to this event, both based on the problems you were seeing at senior command, as well as just the bare resources, did you consider, or do you know of anyone in the OPP ever considered reporting this either to the Ontario Civilian Police Commission or perhaps to the Ottawa Police Services Board, so some type of effective action perhaps could have been taken by others to direct or guide the Ottawa Police Service towards a more effective response?
I was never involved in any conversations like you would suggest. No.
Was that ever considered? Or were you aware of that if that was ever considered?
I wasn't aware if that was ever considered, no.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, call on the province of Saskatchewan.
Good morning. Can I be heard in Ottawa?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Mike Morris, and I'm counsel for the Government of Saskatchewan. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
We have about 5 minutes, give or take, today, so it won't be too long. I have some fairly straightforward questions for you, I think. Sir, will you agree with me that OPP officers have authority to enforce the criminal code and provincial offenses, including under the Highway Traffic Act?
They do have that authority, yes.
And am I correct that OPP officers have always had this authority, including in the city of Ottawa?
Yes, they're sworn in as officers in the province of Ontario.
So it follows that OPP officers have not required the provincial or federal Emergency Act to be invoked to have those powers then, is that correct?
Correct. Their powers under the Criminal Code and the Highway Traffic Act and other provincial offenses were in authority in any city in the province of Ontario.
And will you agree with me that intentionally blocking a public road with one's vehicle can constitute an offense under the Criminal Code?
There is a block highway offense under the Criminal Code, correct.
And can it also constitute the offense of mischief?
It can as well, yes.
And can it also constitute an offense under the Highway Traffic Act?
Yes. There's a block highway offense.
Now, we've heard some evidence about what's been called the Coventry Road incident, and I understand that occurred on February 6th of 2022, correct?
Seems accurate, yes.
And I understand that the Ottawa Police Service arrested a number of people in relation to fuel that they were stockpiling at the Coventry Road site, correct?
That's what I was advised of that information, yes.
And are you familiar with the offense that these people were alleged to be committing?
I was advised that they were arrested for the offense of mischief.
And would that be aiding and abetting mischief, which was occurring in downtown Ottawa by trucks occupying the core?
Well, that's how I understand it, yes.
Assuming these people were committing an offense, would OPP officers have had the same authority to arrest them as the OPS?
Yeah, the criminal code applies to all law enforcement officers. If an OPP officer chose and felt they had the reasonable grounds under the mischief section to make an arrest for that offense, they would have had the ability to do that if they chose to, yes.
And that's the offense of providing fuel for people participating with their vehicles in the downtown core and blockading roads, correct?
If that particular officer felt that it fit the criminal code and fit as an offense, then he would have the authority to do that.
So at this point, we've heard evidence, quite a bit of evidence, about there being a lot of trucks in the Ottawa downtown core. My question is, were there checkpoints for vehicles entering the downtown core before the Federal Emergencies Act was invoked on February 14th?
Checkpoints leading into the downtown core?
Yes, sir.
I can only go by what my officers were asked to do. My officers, OPP officers, were never involved in checkpoints. I can't speak to Ottawa Police or our partners through the MTO. I recall being involved in a teleconference with the MTO where they were considering doing vehicle safety checks within the city of Ottawa, but my members were never involved in any checkpoints.
To your knowledge, were there road closures or traffic diversions before the Federal Emergencies Act was invoked on February 14th? And I'm talking specifically to prevent vehicles from entering the downtown core in Ottawa.
I can say there was because on the early days of this event, those were the areas my officers were asked to attend. And when I attended down there to check on them, they were essentially making sure that certain streets were closed in the downtown core. So there was cement barriers that blocked some streets, and some streets were blocked with physical police officers with cruisers blocking streets.
And am I correct then that decision on blocking those streets would have been, that would have been the decision of the Ottawa Police Service?
The Ottawa Police Service or the City of Ottawa under their authorities to do that with their own streets.
And do I understand correct? I believe I heard you say that there were road closures and blocked streets before February 14th when the Federal Emergencies Act came into effect. Is that correct?
There was, yes.
Okay. If I can, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about a demonstration that occurred in Ottawa in April, known as the Rolling Thunder demonstration. Are you familiar with that one?
You're going to have to do it very quickly. You're already over your time.
Okay, I will be quick, Commissioner. Thank you.
I am aware of it, and I was assigned as the strategic commander for that event as well.
And I understand there was no emergency legislation in place when Rolling Thunder occurred in April, correct?
Correct.
And checkpoints or I guess roadblocks or controlled access was used for Rolling Thunder. Is that correct?
Correct. My members were used in the same kind of context to do traffic points and to restrict flow of vehicles on certain streets, yes.
And Rolling Thunder was successfully managed and resolved, correct?
I would call it a successful event, yes.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. And now if I could call on JCCF Democracy Fund.
I believe they're attending.
Good morning, Superintendent. I am Alan Honor. I'm a lawyer for the Democracy Fund.
Morning, sir.
Earlier today, Council for Canada asked you about towing guidelines from the OPP Commissioner, and you couldn't comment on those. If you can't comment on this question, it's fine. But are you aware that on February 13th, 2022, before the declaration of the public order emergency, the OPP had confirmed that 7 towing companies were willing to provide services, and a total of 34 heavy-duty trucks were available to the OPP in connection with this protest in Ottawa?
I would not have been aware of that because that was not part of my under my command or part of my mandate.
Thank you. We'll ask that question to another witness later on. Can we pull up OPP.IR.701? This is the OPP institutional report. And can we just go to page 36? Just to put this in context, what we're looking at here is the OPP role in the police response to the Ottawa blockade. And do you see that chart there? Just maybe scroll down a little bit. So we have a chart here. It's called OPP Frontline Officers Provided to Ottawa Police Services.
I see it.
Okay, so do you notice that, well, first of all, let me ask you, these numbers seem accurate to you? That they accurately reflect the frontline officers provided to the OPS on the dates listed?
It does, and I think it's important to clarify when they speak about frontline officers, it is strictly just those officers. These numbers don't include public order unit officers. They don't include intelligence officers. They don't include aviation services. There's many other OPP resources that were used in Ottawa that aren't captured in these numbers, just for clarity.
Yeah, understood. And thank you for clarifying that. What I noticed when I look at this chart is that the frontline officers increased significantly on February the 16th and then again on February the 18th. And obviously you would agree with that. It's in the chart.
Yep.
And now if we could go back just to page 35, and you know, perhaps, Superintendent, I don't need to go back to page 35. Would you agree with me that one of the reasons these officers were able to be deployed to Ottawa at that time was because resources were freed up from Windsor?
I suppose there were more resources from Windsor, but the reason for the increase in the numbers would have been to bolster increased traffic points that needed to be bolstered in that period of time in order to support the public order unit plans. So I can't say that the increase that you see on the chart is directly connected to the successful conclusion of Windsor, It was more related to operational issues and plans here in Ottawa.
Okay, can we just scroll down to where it says February 15th? Pardon me. So it says here, Ottawa Police Services, OPP and RCMP planning sections were physically integrated at the RCMP. And then later on in the next paragraph, following the reopening of the Ambassador Bridge, 400 additional OPP members were rapidly deployed from across the province. So some of those went to Ottawa and some went elsewhere, I suppose.
Yeah, that's correct. And it was in this period of time when we talk about most of those 400 additional officers were frontline officers. And within the OPP, the frontline officer component in Windsor was not as strong. We had a larger public order unit component in Windsor. So the 400 additional OPP members, those were frontline members that came from around the province. And that's why we had to defer block training and cancel discretionary leave to be able to get that number of officers to Ottawa.
And I'm almost out of time here, but would you agree with me that the reason for the redeployment of these frontline officers to Windsor was not related to the Emergencies Act, and that it would have happened anyway?
I'm sorry, I have to repeat your question again.
Yes, absolutely. Would you agree with me that the deployment of these frontline officers to Ottawa the increase in numbers on the 16th and on the 18th was not directly related to the invocation of the Emergencies Act? It is something that would have happened in any event.
I would agree with that. It was directly related to what we knew now was an operational plan with public order that needed extra support.
And that was the operational plan of February 13th, 2022, correct?
I never saw the plan, so I'm not certain of what the date was, but it was the plan that the integrated planning team came up with.
Was it called the Integrated Mobilization Operational Plan?
I can't be certain of the title of it. I'm sorry.
Okay, but in any event, that plan was in place prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
I know it was being worked on because the integrated planning team came February 9th. They started their work on the 10th and the 11th. The act was in effect on the 14th. Because I wasn't on that side and I wasn't part of that team, I can't tell you for sure exactly what day that plan was finalized.
That's fine. I suspect we'll hear that from Chief Superintendent Party today. Thank you very much, sir. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Any examination by the OPP next?
Commissioner, the OPP has no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any re-examination?
Just one series of questions very briefly. Superintendent Abrams, you gave evidence about that the February 9th meeting, and you were asked in cross-examination about Darwin Tetro and the commitment sought for 400 RCMP officers. You recall that?
I recall, yes.
Can you tell us, was there a similar commitment sought or offered on behalf of the OPP at that meeting?
I don't recall us speaking about public order unit commitments. We already had a large amount of public order sections in the city already. I think it was more, the discussion was more about how we could get extra. Certainly OPP could provide a couple more sections, but in that meeting in Ottawa Police Headquarters, I don't recall us talking about the OPP POU component that may be able to assist. Chief Party may have talked about that, but I don't recall that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that completes your examination and cross-examination. Thank you very much for appearing and for your evidence. It's complete. You're now free to leave.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, so we're I think at the time where everybody's entitled to a break. So we will take a break until 5 after 12, and then we'll come back and we'll go with our next witness, who I understand is Chief Superintendent Party.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.